This little bastard didn't become a legend. He remembered being one. Born with a dead king's soul, a sword that tears reality open, and zero interest in your village's rules. Naruto Uzumaki didn't climb to the top. He showed up already there. What the hell?
The thing about legends is that nobody believes them until a 10-year-old boy splits reality in half in front of 30 witnesses and a dying monster. This is the story of Naruto Uzumaki Pendragon, the king of chaos, the boy who pulled a sword from a wound in space and used it to rewrite the rules of a world that never deserved him. This is how it started. This is how the shinobi system broke, and every single person who was there will tell you the same thing. They saw it coming, and they still weren't ready. It was a Thursday evening in Konoha, the kind of warm, amber-lit evening where civilians were walking home from the market district and genin were finishing their last laps around the training grounds. The kind of evening where the worst thing that could happen was a spilled grocery bag or a stubbed toe. Then the screaming started. The Chimera tore through the eastern wall of Research Compound 9 at 6:47 p.m. It was a patchwork nightmare, something the Ambu Black Ops Bioweapons Division had been growing in a sealed tank for 6 years. 3 heads, 8 limbs, a body the size of a commercial building covered in bone plating and pulsing chakra veins that glowed sickly green through translucent skin. It hit the civilian district at full speed, ripping through market stalls and apartment walls like they were made of wet paper. 4 jonin hit the thing within 90 seconds. Gekko Hayate caught it with a moonlight sword slash that bounced off the bone, plating like a thrown pebble. Genma Shiranui put 3 senbon into what he thought was an eye. It grew a new one. Kurenai Yuhi hit it with a genjutsu that made it hesitate for 2 seconds before it backhanded her through a fruit stand. Asuma Sarutobi buried his trench knives into its shoulder and got flung 40 meters into a rooftop water tower. The Ambu arrived, 6 of them, masks on, weapons out. They bought time. That was all anyone was doing. Buying minutes while the 3rd Hokage mobilized and civilians ran and children screamed, and the monster ate its way through Block 7 like it was looking for something. It found the orphanage district. 43 children were in the street, running, falling over each other. A caretaker was carrying 2 toddlers and pulling a 3rd by the hand. The Chimera locked onto the movement with all 3 heads and charged. Nobody was going to make it in time. The Jonin were down or repositioning. The Ambu were 2 blocks back. The creature was faster than anything that size had a right to be. And then a boy walked out of an alley, 10 years old. Blonde hair, blue eyes that held something behind them that the evening light didn't explain. He wore a plain white shirt and orange pants. Civilian clothes, nothing special, nothing armored. He stepped into the empty street between the charging Chimera and 43 children like he was stepping into his living room. He raised his right hand, palm up, fingers loose, like he was catching rain. The air beside him tore open. It was a sound, a hiss, a sigh, a ripping noise that sounded like the world exhaling something it had been holding for 1,000 years. A diagonal line of gold and black energy split the space next to his shoulder, and from that impossible wound in reality, a blade emerged, golden, radiating. The edge of it sang a frequency that made the windows of every building on the block vibrate. The hilt was ornate, regal, designed for a hand that was meant to hold it and nothing else. The blade slid into the boy's palm like it had been waiting, Excalibur. The Chimera was 15 meters away, closing fast. 12 meters, 9. The ground shook under its 8 legs. Its 3 mouths opened, and the sound that came out was the sound of something that had never been alive trying to scream. Naruto looked at it. His eyes shifted, blue draining out, replaced by pitch black sclera and white irises burning with crosshair patterns that rotated like something old was waking up behind them. "You do not belong in my kingdom," he said. His voice carried 2 tones. His own, the voice of a child who was small and warm and 10 years old. And beneath it, something ancient, something that resonated in the bones of everyone within earshot. A voice that predated the village, that predated the nations, that predated everything. He swung. Dance of the cruel sun. The blade moved in a single arc, A perfect crescent of golden and black energy erupted from the edge of Excalibur, and the world stopped making sense. The Chimera's upper half ceased to exist. It wasn't cut. It wasn't destroyed. It was removed from reality along the line of the swing, as if someone had taken an eraser to the concept of its existence above the waist. The lower half hit the ground in a wet thud and stopped moving instantly. But that wasn't the part that broke people. The wave of chaos energy that followed the swing detonated outward in every direction. The rubble from the destroyed buildings, the broken bricks, the shredded wood, the twisted metal, didn't scatter. It bloomed. Stone became crystal flowers, frozen in midair. Wooden beams sprouted into impossible geometric trees made of golden light. Metal twisted into spiraling formations that hung suspended above the street like the architecture of a dream someone had never finished. A 10-year-old boy stood in the center of a nightmare, turned into a miracle, holding a divine sword, surrounded by impossible beauty that he had made from destruction. The Ambu on the nearest rooftop were frozen. 6 of them. Trained killers. Veterans of wars and assassinations and things that would break normal men. They stood like statues. One of them dropped his kunai. It hit the tile roof with a small, sharp sound. That sound was the loudest thing in the district. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived 4 minutes later. He landed on the rooftop above the scene and looked down. The old Hokage, the god of shinobi, the professor, the man who had seen everything, looked at the crystalline geometry hanging in the air where a block of apartments used to be. He looked at the golden flowers of stone growing from the cracks in the street. He looked at the boy. He looked at the sword. His pipe fell from his mouth. He didn't catch it. Hiruzen understood. In that moment, standing on a rooftop with the evening breeze carrying the smell of chaos energy and the impossible silence of 30 witnesses who had forgotten how to breathe, he understood what he had done 13 years ago. He understood what the 4th Hokage had sealed inside this child. The nine-tailed fox was part of it. A small part. A terrified part. Something else lived inside Naruto Uzumaki. Something the fox itself was afraid of. Naruto sheathed Excalibur into empty air. The blade slid back into the tear in space, and the tear healed itself behind it with a sound like a whisper ending. The boy turned around. He saw a little girl, maybe 4 years old, sitting behind a collapsed wall, crying. Her knees were scraped. She had a stuffed bear clutched against her chest. He walked over to her. He knelt down. He picked her up and set her on her feet, brushed the dust off her shoulders and smiled. "You're safe," he told her. Warm, genuine. The eyes were blue again. She stopped crying. She stared at him like he was the most confusing thing she had ever seen. Then she reached up and touched his face with one small hand, like she was checking if he was real. He let her. Behind him, the Ambu were still frozen. That was the night everything changed. Not because the village council held an emergency session. They did. Not because Danzo Shimura put Naruto's name on a list he kept in a vault. He did. Not because the whisper network of Konoha's intelligence infrastructure began to hum with the words, "the Uzumaki boy," in tones that mixed fear with hunger. It did. Everything changed because Naruto Uzumaki let it. He had been waiting. Patient in the way that only someone with forever in their pocket can be patient. The soul of Arthur Pendragon, the king of chaos, the wielder of Excalibur, the architect of Camelot, had lived inside him since the moment he was born. It woke up slowly. It woke up kindly. It taught him in dreams. It showed him what the world could be. It gave him the power to make it real. He had been 10 years old, watching, learning, choosing. Choosing when to reveal himself. Choosing who to watch. Choosing who, among all the people in this broken military state dressed up as a village, deserved to stand with him when the time came. The Chimera forced his hand early. He didn't mind. Kings adapt. The academy years that followed were a performance. Naruto attended classes with the kind of attentive respect that made his teachers uncomfortable because they couldn't figure out if he was mocking them or genuinely interested. He answered questions correctly when asked. He trained when expected. He sparred without using Excalibur, without using Chaos, without using anything beyond basic taijutsu, and still won most of his matches because the body containing a king's soul moved with the economy of 1,000 lifetimes of combat experience. Iruka Umino, his primary instructor, filed 3 separate reports with the Hokage's office expressing his confusion. The boy was a model student. He was polite. He helped other students who were struggling. He stayed after class sometimes and asked questions about history. Real questions. The kind that assumed a depth of context Iruka didn't expect from a 12-year-old. And every single time Iruka looked into those blue eyes, he felt like he was being assessed by something older than himself. The other students had their opinions. Sasuke Uchiha ignored him with the intensity of someone who recognized another predator in the room and refused to acknowledge it. Sakura Haruno thought he was weird, too mature, too composed, too much eye contact. Kiba Inuzuka's dog wouldn't stop growling whenever Naruto entered the room, which Kiba found embarrassing and couldn't explain. Shikamaru Nara watched him. The lazy genius with the 200+ IQ watched Naruto the way a chess player watches someone set up a board they've never seen before. He watched for 3 years. He never said anything. He just watched. Naruto noticed. Naruto noticed everything. The graduation exam came and went. Naruto scored highest in the class, a fact that surprised everyone except Shikamaru, who had stopped being surprised somewhere around the 2nd year. The class rankings posted. Naruto's name was at the top. Sasuke's was 2nd. The Uchiha stared at the board for 30 seconds and left without speaking to anyone. Then came the team assignments. And this was where the story shifted from prologue to plot. The morning of team assignments, Iruka stood at the front of the classroom with a clipboard and the expectant anxiety of a man who had been told his assignments were subject to last-minute revisions by the Hokage's office. He didn't know what that meant. He was about to find out. He read through teams 1 through 6 without incident. Standard 3-person cells with Jonin supervisors. Normal. Expected. He got to team 7. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. And the door opened. Naruto walked in 15 minutes late. This was the first time he had ever been late to anything. Every eye in the room turned to him. He walked to the front of the class, past Iruka, past the podium, and stood facing the room with his hands at his sides and his expression carrying the warmth of someone who genuinely liked the people he was looking at. "Iruka-sensei," he said, "I appreciate your effort with the team assignments. They won't be necessary for me." Iruka blinked. "Naruto, you can't just..." "I've already spoken with the Hokage." Naruto reached into his jacket and produced a scroll sealed with the Hokage's personal mark. He handed it to Iruka with a slight incline of his head. "He approved my request this morning." Iruka opened the scroll. His eyes moved across it. His face went through several stages: confusion, disbelief, a brief flash of anger that died when he reread the Hokage's seal at the bottom. He looked up at the class, then back at Naruto. "You formed your own team." "I selected my own retinue," Naruto corrected gently. "My Knights of the Round Table." The class erupted. Kiba was on his feet demanding to know who died and made Naruto the Hokage. Ino was asking Sakura if she knew about this. Choji stopped eating mid-chip. Sasuke hadn't moved, but his jaw had tightened by a fraction. Shikamaru in the back row had his chin on his desk and his eyes open. He was smiling, just barely. The kind of smile that said, "I knew it." And Naruto looked at him. Shikamaru. One word, one name, spoken with the confidence of someone who had already seen this conversation through its conclusion and knew how it ended. Shikamaru lifted his head. Their eyes Naruto held the gaze without any pressure, without any demand. Just an open door that Shikamaru had been looking at for 3 years. "I need a mind like yours," Naruto said. "The world I'm building is too big for one perspective. Walk with me." Shikamaru looked at him for 10 seconds. His expression didn't change. His father would have recognized the look. It was the same face Shikaku made when he saw a position on the shogi board that was so elegant it offended him. "This is already troublesome," Shikamaru said. He stood up. He walked down the aisle between the desks, past Choji's stunned face, past Ino's open mouth, past Kiba's sputtering, and stood at Naruto's right side. That was the whole conversation. No speech, no convincing. 3 years of watching had already done the convincing. Shikamaru had seen the 10-year-old boy on the news reports. He had seen the geometry hanging in the air above Block 7. He had been running scenarios ever since, and every single one ended with Naruto winning. Standing next to the winner seemed like the least troublesome option. Naruto turned his gaze to the window, but his words were addressed to someone who wasn't in the room yet. Neji Hyuga will be informed of his selection today, Naruto told Iruka. And Tenten, they're both a year above us. The Hokage's scroll covers the cross-class arrangement. Iruka looked at the scroll again. It did, in fact, cover exactly that. Your Jonin supervisor is Asuma Sarutobi, Naruto confirmed. He was my first choice, a balanced man. He'll keep things grounded. Iruka opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Did you plan all of this? Naruto smiled at him with such genuine warmth that Iruka felt absurdly like he was being thanked. Thank you for 3 good years, Sensei. You taught with your whole heart. I remember that. He left. Shikamaru followed, hands in his pockets, already muttering about the cloud formations outside and how this was going to cut into his nap schedule. Neji Hyuga was training when Naruto found him. Alone in the Hyuga compound's secondary training yard, the one reserved for branch family members, smaller and less maintained than the main branch's facilities. Neji was running through gentle fist forms with the focus of someone who had turned discipline into a cage and locked himself inside it. Naruto walked through the compound gate without being stopped. The guards saw him and something in their instincts, something below training, below conditioning, below the Hyuga clan's millennia of breeding for awareness, told them to step aside. Neji's Byakugan was active. He saw Naruto approaching from 300 meters away. He saw the chakra network, or what should have been a chakra network. What he actually saw was a sun, a swirling vortex of energy so dense and layered that his eyes couldn't parse it into normal categories. Blue chakra existed in there somewhere, buried beneath something gold and something black that moved like living geometry. He stopped his forms. He turned. He waited. Naruto stopped 5 meters from him. He stood with his weight even and his hands visible, respectful, addressing a warrior on the warrior's own ground. Neji, he said. Uzumaki, I know what the main branch told you about destiny. Naruto's voice was warm, but there was bedrock underneath it. They told you the cage bird seal means your life has a ceiling. They told you talent is irrelevant when fate is decided by blood. They told you this for the same reason every master tells a slave they were born to serve. Because a slave who believes they are free would burn the house down. Neji's eyes widened. His Byakugan was still active, and Naruto's chakra, his energy, his everything, flared for 1 second. Just one. The gold and black geometry inside him spiraled outward, pressed against the boundaries of his body, and the training yard cracked. The wooden posts splintered. The gravel lifted an inch off the ground. Then it was gone, pulled back inside, contained. Naruto extended his hand. A man's destiny is carved by his own blade. Come with me. I will never put a cage on you. Neji stared at the hand. His jaw worked. Something behind his eyes, something old, something wounded, something that had been told accept for his entire life, broke. He bowed, a full bow, deep. The kind the branch family was forced to give the main family, except this one was freely chosen. I will follow you, Neji said. His voice was steady as iron. My lord. Naruto put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. Brief, real. Call me Naruto. We're equals at my table. Neji looked up. The faintest crack in his composure showed something raw and grateful. He covered it immediately. Naruto let him. Tenten was easier and funnier. She was at the weapons market when Naruto found her, haggling with a vendor over the price of a set of custom-weighted shuriken that she had designed herself. She was passionate about it. Her hands were moving. The vendor was retreating. Naruto sat down at the stall next to her, picked up one of her custom kunai from the display, and turned it over in his hands with the appreciation of someone who understood forging at a level that shouldn't have been available to a 12-year-old. The weight distribution is better than anything in the standard Konoha armory, he said. You grind the bevels yourself? Tenten turned. She looked at him. She looked at the kunai in his hand. She looked at the way he was holding it. Not like a toy, not like a tool, but like an artifact that deserved examination. Who are you? She asked. Naruto Uzumaki. I have a team. I need a weapons master. I have a team. You have a team that doesn't know what to do with you. I'm offering you something different. He set the kunai down and looked at her. I can make your weapons do things that no forge in this world can achieve. I can infuse them with a power that turns every blade you throw into something that rewrites the rules of the fight when it lands. Tenten's eyes went wide, then narrow, then wide again. She was a weapons specialist. She had spent her entire life studying, designing, collecting, and perfecting tools of combat. The idea of supernatural enhancement to her arsenal was, for her, roughly equivalent to telling a musician you could make their instrument play colors. "Show me," she said. Naruto picked up the kunai again. He held it between two fingers. His eyes shifted. Black sclera, white crosshair irises, and a thread of gold and black energy wound around the kunai like a vine. It sank into the metal. The kunai hummed. The edge of it began to warp the air in a 2-inch radius, bending light, producing a sound like a sustained note from a tuning fork. He handed it back to her. Tenten took it. She felt the weight, the same, yet impossibly more. She threw it at the wooden test post behind the vendor's stall. The kunai hit the post. The post didn't break. It folded into itself like origami, compressing into a cube the size of a marble that hung in the air for 2 seconds before dropping to the ground with a weight that cracked the stone beneath it. The vendor fainted. Tenten stared at the marble-sized cube that used to be a post. She stared at Naruto. She stared back at the cube. "I'm in," she said. "I'm absolutely in. When do we start?" Naruto smiled. "Tomorrow." "Can you do that to all of them?" She gestured at her entire collection. Every single one. Tenten made a sound that was approximately 30% laughter and 70% barely contained excitement. She gathered her weapons with the speed of someone who had just been told Christmas was coming early and every present was a war crime. Their Jonin supervisor arrived the next morning. Asuma Sarutobi, tall, bearded, cigarette dangling from his lower lip, appeared at Training Ground 11 at 8 a.m. sharp. He had been briefed. He had read the file. He still wasn't ready. He looked at his team. A blonde 12-year-old with the bearing of a head of state. A Nara genius who was already asleep against a tree. A Hyuga prodigy standing at attention with the discipline of a soldier twice his age. A weapons specialist who was gleefully testing a kunai that bent gravity when it hit something. Asuma took a long drag on his cigarette. "Right," he said. "So, I've been assigned as your Jonin supervisor." Naruto inclined his head. "Asuma-sensei, it's good to meet you." "It's good to. Yeah, okay." Asuma rubbed the back of his neck. "I read the briefing. I know what you did 2 years ago with the Chimera. I know you have abilities. I know the Hokage personally signed off on this team structure. I know all of that." "Good. What I don't know," Asuma said, with the energy of a man who had accepted that his life was about to become significantly more complicated, "is what you actually need me for." Naruto's expression didn't change, but the warmth in it deepened. "I need a teacher. Someone with experience, grounding, and the honesty to tell me when the people around me need something I'm too close to see." Asuma stared at him. He took another drag. He exhaled. "Kid, I was just trying to get a team that wouldn't give me paperwork headaches." Shikamaru snorted from his position against the tree without opening his eyes. "All right," Asuma said. He dropped the cigarette and crushed it under his sandal. "All right, let's see what we're working with." What they were working with, as it turned out, was a 12-year-old who could warp reality with his bare hands. A tactician who processed battle scenarios faster than most Jonin could react. A close combat fighter whose gentle fist was already at Chunin level and improving daily. And a weapons specialist whose arsenal now included projectiles that could collapse matter into geometric impossibilities. Asuma filed his first mission report 2 weeks later. It was 3 pages long. He attached a formal request for hazard pay. It was denied. He filed it again the next week, and the week after that. The warmth between them was real, though. Naruto treated Asuma with genuine respect, asked his opinion, listened to his combat experience, deferred to his knowledge of field protocol and political navigation between villages. Asuma found himself, despite everything, actually enjoying the role. The kid wasn't arrogant. He was powerful beyond anything Asuma had ever witnessed, but he was kind about it. It was the kindness that was terrifying, because it was the kindness of someone who could afford it absolutely. The team trained for 3 months before their first real mission. Naruto used the time to build them into a unit. Shikamaru designed their formations, each one accounting for 3 variables: Conventional threats, unconventional threats, and Naruto decides to change the terrain again. Neji drilled his gentle fist against Naruto's chaos-reinforced body and discovered that hitting the blonde was like trying to close Tenketsu points on a mountain. It was impossible. It made him sharper. He adapted. He invented new approaches. Naruto praised him every time. Tenten's arsenal grew. Every week, Naruto infused new weapons. A chain sickle that could extend through folded space, reaching targets that were behind walls or around corners. Shuriken that multiplied on impact, each copy carrying the same chaos warp properties. A single arrow that, when fired, split the air into a corridor of compressed force that erased everything in its path for 50 meters. She named that one the King's Arrow. Naruto found it charming. Then mission to the wave came. The Land of Waves. A small island nation choking under the economic tyranny of a shipping magnate named Gato. A bridge builder named Tazuna came to Konoha, requesting protection for the completion of his bridge. The one piece of infrastructure that would break Gato's shipping monopoly and free the country. It was classified as C rank. Standard escort. Bandit protection. Naruto took the mission. Shikamaru looked at him as they walked toward the village gates and said, "You already know this isn't C rank." Naruto smiled. "I know exactly what this is. You want this mission for a reason. I want that island." Shikamaru's steps didn't falter. He sighed, long, heavy, the sigh of someone who had already accepted the next 3 weeks of his life were going to be absurd. Troublesome. Tazuna was a nervous wreck. He was also drunk, which he used as both a coping mechanism and a personality trait. He looked at the team assigned to protect him, 4 kids and 1 adult, and started sweating. Asuma lit a cigarette and said, "Don't worry, you're in good hands." Tazuna did not feel reassured. They moved east. The road to the coast was uneventful for the first 2 hours. Forest, birdsong, the kind of peaceful travel that exists only before violence. The demon brothers hit them at the 2nd mile marker. 2 Chunin-level missing nin from Kirigakure, connected by a shuriken chain between their gauntlets, bursting from the tree line in a coordinated ambush that would have worked against most Genin squads. Naruto didn't draw Excalibur. He didn't activate his Chaos Eyes. He flicked 2 fingers. The chain between the demon brothers snapped. It didn't break. It unmade itself. The metal links simply stopped being metal, losing their cohesion and falling as golden dust. The brothers stumbled, suddenly disconnected, off balance. Neji was on them in 2 heartbeats. His gentle fist closed their tenketsu faster than they could recover. They hit the ground, unconscious. The fight lasted 4 seconds. Tazuna stared. Asuma hadn't moved from his position at the rear. He took a drag and exhaled. "Like I said, good hands." The mist thickened as they reached the coast. The boat crossing was silent. Tazuna gripping the sides, the oarsmen terrified, the fog so thick that sound died 2 feet from the source. Shikamaru's eyes were moving, calculating visibility, wind patterns, the density of the water vapor. "This mist isn't natural," he said. "It's hiding someone significant," Neji confirmed. His Byakugan was active, scanning. "I see a massive chakra signature, single individual, S-rank missing nin level, southwest, 300 meters past the shoreline tree cover." Tenten's hands were already on her scrolls. "Should I prep the heavy ordnance?" Naruto looked at the mist. Through it, past it. He could feel the killing intent lurking in the vapor, the signature of a man who had killed so many people that his own presence tasted like iron. "Zabuza Momochi," Naruto said. "The demon of the hidden mist." Tazuna went white. "How do you—" "I accept this fight," Naruto said. He said it with warmth, with something that almost sounded like eagerness. The way a king accepts an envoy from a future ally. "Land the boat. Let's not make him wait." They hit the shore. The mist swallowed them. Asuma's trench knives were in his hands, wind chakra singing along the edges. Neji had dropped into his gentle fist stance. Shikamaru was 5 steps behind Naruto, eyes open, brain running. Zabuza dropped from the trees. Kubikirabocho, the executioner's blade, the massive cleaver sword of the 7 swordsmen, swung in a horizontal arc that split the mist apart. The wind pressure alone sent Tazuna stumbling backward. Asuma caught the bridge builder and pulled him clear. Behind Zabuza, shapes materialized. 6 blade-wielding shinobi, his personal squad of hidden mist hunter killers. They fanned out through the tree line, surrounding the clearing. Behind them, further, Hundreds of meters in every direction, the sounds of movement. Gado's mercenary army. Hundreds of armed men closing in from every compass point. This wasn't an assassination. This was an extermination. Zabuza landed in the center of the clearing with Kubikira Bocho resting on his shoulder. His bandage-wrapped face showed only his eyes, cold, professional, assessing. "A Jonin squad," he said. His voice carried the boredom of someone who had killed so many people that the act had stopped being interesting years ago. "Gado's paying well for this old man. I expected at least one name worth remembering." Naruto stepped forward. The mist around him began to thin, pulling away from him, receding, as if the water particles themselves were uncomfortable being close to what he contained. He raised his right hand. The air tore. That sound, the world exhaling, an Excalibur slid into his palm, golden, radiating. The light from the blade burned through the mist in a 5-meter radius, creating a sphere of impossible clarity around him. Zabuza's eyes widened, just barely, just enough to show that his professional mask had cracked. "Zabuza Momochi," Naruto said. His voice carried the dual tone, young and ancient, warm and absolute. "I am Naruto Pendragon. I am here for this land." Zabuza tilted his head. His grip on Kubikira Bocho tightened. Bold words for a child. Naruto raised Excalibur to a middle guard. His stance was loose and perfect in the way that only housing 1,000 lifetimes of swordsmanship could achieve. Deathpecker. He vanished. That's the only word for it. He didn't blur. He didn't flicker. He was there, and then he was at 6 different points in the clearing simultaneously, and 6 of Zabuza's hunter-killers hit the ground disarmed and unconscious before anyone, including Zabuza himself, registered the movement. Naruto reappeared in front of Zabuza with the tip of Excalibur 1 centimeter from the missing nine's throat. The golden blade hummed, the air between its edge and Zabuza's skin distorted like heat rising from summer asphalt. Zabuza didn't freeze. He was a professional. He was one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He had killed 100 men in a graduation exam at the age of 9. He swung Kubikira Bocho in a massive horizontal arc, putting his entire body behind it, using the blade's enormous mass to generate momentum that would cleave through anything in its path. Naruto stepped inside the swing. The blade passed over his head by millimeters. He caught the flat of the executioner's blade on the edge of Excalibur and redirected it downward. The impact cratered the earth in a 6-foot radius. Zabuza's arms shook from the redirected force. His sword was buried in the ground and Naruto's blade was back at his throat before he could pull it free. Zabuza stared at the boy who was shorter than his sword. The boy whose eyes were black and warting with something that made the Shampan chakra in Zabuza's own body recoil. "Impossible," Zabuza whispered. Naruto smiled, genuinely warm. "I'm told that often." Then the hundreds of Gado's mercenaries reached the tree line and charged into the clearing, screaming, weapons raised, flooding in from every direction like a wave of steel and desperation. Naruto looked at them. He exhaled. He planted Excalibur point first into the ground and opened both palms to the sky. Chaos answered. The island erupted. The gray, mist-choked ground split. Massive fissures racing outward from Naruto in every direction like the fingers of a reaching hand. From the cracks, something breathtaking and wrong pushed upward. White marble, polished, pristine, impossible, rising from the dirt like buildings being born. The sky above them tore apart, the heavy gray clouds ripping into fragments that turned golden at their edges and hung in place, unmoving, radiating a perpetual twilight glow that came from no sun. Geometric towers spiraled up from the earth. Perfect mathematical shapes, hexagonal pillars, spiraling obelisks, floating rings of stone and light that rotated in silent formation above the newborn architecture. The mist crystallized. Every droplet of water vapor in the air became a hanging prism that caught the otherworldly light and scattered it into colors that had never existed in nature. The ground beneath the mercenary army changed. Stone became marble, became crystal, became something that moved. The earth tilted, gravity shifted. Walls rose on either side of their charging formation and curved inward, funneling them, containing them, swallowing their momentum in architecture that appeared and sealed behind them faster than they could retreat. Naruto rose. He lifted off the ground, hovering 20 feet above his own emerging kingdom. Excalibur still planted below him, both arms outstretched, eyes burning white in black fields. "I claim this land." His voice carried across the entire island. He raised one hand. Gravity-defying monoliths, enormous formations of crystal and white stone, ripped themselves from the newly formed earth and fell sideways. They spiraled through the air like thrown dice and landed on the mercenary formations with the precision of a hand placing chess pieces. The crash was absolute. The monoliths did not shatter the mercenaries. They contained them, sealed them in geometric prisons of marble and crystal, with just enough space to breathe and just enough light to see their new accommodations. Every single one alive. Every single one imprisoned. The survivors on the outskirts, the ones smart enough to run, were running. Gato himself was already on a boat, screaming at his oarsmen to row faster. The boat stopped moving. The water around it turned to glass. Smooth, golden, impossible glass that spread outward from the hull in a circle and froze the vessel in place like an insect in amber. Naruto descended. He landed on the glass surface of the water, walking across it toward the trapped boat with Excalibur back in his hand and his footsteps leaving tiny ripples of golden light in the crystallized sea. He reached the boat. Gato was pressed against the far railing, sweating through his suit, his eyes the size of dinner plates. Naruto looked at him with genuine pity. The way you look at something broken that never knew it was whole. "You built your power on human suffering," he said. "You starved children to fill your vaults. You killed men for the crime of wanting to build a bridge." Gato's mouth opened, closed. He was beyond words. "That ends here." Naruto touched the railing of the boat. Chaos flowed from his fingertips into the wood. The vessel warped, twisted, reformed itself into a cage of golden crystal around the shipping magnate. Beautiful, inescapable. A fitting prison for a man who had trapped an entire nation. When Naruto walked back to shore, the entire landscape of the Land of Waves had changed. White roads, crystal formations reflecting impossible light. Architecture that looked like it had been designed by mathematicians from a civilization 1,000 years more advanced than anything in the elemental nations. Beautiful and alien, and unmistakably the work of something greater than human. Zabuza was still in the clearing. He had pulled Kubikiri Bocho from the ground. He was holding it loosely at his side. His hunter-killers were conscious now, sitting up, staring at the transformed island, with expressions ranging from terror to awe. Beside Zabuza, a young man with a ceramic mask, Haku, his loyal tool, his mirror, his heart, stood with one hand covering his mouth and tears running down the visible skin of his face. Zabuza looked at the world that now existed around him. He looked at the golden-eyed boy walking back from the sea. He looked at his own sword, the weapon of a man who had spent his life destroying things, and he made a decision. He went to one knee. "I swear fealty," Zabuza said. His voice was rough, real, the voice of a man who had never knelt for anyone and was choosing to kneel now because he had finally found something worth kneeling for. Haku dropped to both knees beside him. The mask fell from his face. He was young, 16, maybe, and crying openly with the relief of someone who had been carrying a weight they thought would kill them. "Rise," Naruto said. He touched Zabuza's shoulder, then Haku's. "You are my knights now. Rise." They rose. Shikamaru, leaning against one of the newly formed marble pillars with his arms crossed, looked at the entire transformed island and said, "You realize we're going to have to file paperwork for this." Asuma was sitting on a rock. His cigarette had gone out at some point during the terraforming, and he hadn't noticed. He was staring at the geometric tower nearest to him. A spiraling structure of white stone and golden light that reached 40 feet into the crystallized sky. "I need a raise," Asuma said to himself. "I need several raises." Tenten was examining a piece of the crystal that had formed from the mist. She turned it over in her hands. It caught the light and refracted it into a spectrum she had never seen. "Can I keep this?" she called out. "Take as much as you want," Naruto told her. Neji was standing with his Byakugan active, scanning the transformed terrain. His expression was unreadable, but his hands behind his back, gripping each other, were shaking. Just slightly. The evidence of a man watching the impossible become ordinary and trying to recategorize his entire understanding of reality. Tazuna finished the bridge 2 weeks later. The Pendragon Bridge. He named it himself, insisted on it, carved the name into the stone with his own hands. The opening ceremony was small, meaningful. The people of Wave came in their best clothes, many of them wearing the first new fabric they had owned in years. The economy had already begun to recover. Gado's resources had been seized and redistributed. His mercenaries were being processed and released in waves, stripped of weapons, given food, pointed toward legitimate employment. Naruto attended the ceremony. He stood in the crowd, not above it. He shook Tazuna's hand. He thanked the bridge builder, sincerely, with eye contact and a squeeze of the hand that left the old man crying in a way he couldn't explain. "You built something permanent," Naruto told him. "That matters more than anything I did." Tazuna tried to reply. He just shook his head and wiped his face with his forearm and laughed the wet laugh of someone who had spent years thinking his country would die. The Land of Waves became the first territory of the new Camelot, a protectorate. The people governed themselves. Naruto didn't install lords or officials or any hierarchy they didn't choose. He gave them infrastructure, safety, and freedom. He asked for nothing in return except one thing. When the time came, they would remember who built this for them. They remembered. Everyone remembered. Word spread through the elemental nations the way fire spreads through dry forest, fast, unstoppable, and in every direction at once. A 12-year-old Konoha Genin had terraformed an entire island, had defeated a 7 swordsman of the mist and recruited him, had captured a shipping magnate and dismantled his empire in a single afternoon, had fundamentally altered the geography of a nation using abilities that no intelligence database could categorize. Every village wanted to know what Konoha had created. The answer Konoha gave was silence, because Konoha itself didn't know. The Chunin exams came 6 months later. Konoha hosted. Teams from Sand, Sound, Mist, Cloud, and a dozen smaller villages flooded into the city. The tournament arena was packed. The Forest of Death, Stage 2, waited with its giant insects and its predators and its traps. Naruto's team entered. Shikamaru complained the entire registration process. Neji filled out his paperwork in silence. Tenten had brought an expanded weapons scroll that was technically classified as a siege arsenal. Zabuza and Haku remained in Wave as stewards. Naruto's territory needed guardians. The first stage, the written exam. Naruto completed it in 4 minutes and spent the remaining 56 minutes sitting with his eyes closed and his hands folded on the desk. Ibiki Morino, the proctor, watched him from the front of the room and felt something crawl up his spine that had nothing to do with temperature. The second stage, the Forest of Death. Anko Mitarashi threw the gates open and 50 teams flooded into the wilderness. The objective, collect a pair of scrolls and reach the central tower. Survival, combat. The basics of what it meant to be a shinobi. Naruto's team moved through the forest like a single organism. Shikamaru navigated. Neji scanned. Tenten covered their flanks with weapons that made the trees themselves flinch. They collected their second scroll within the first hour, relieved from a rain team that made the mistake of engaging Neji in close combat. It lasted 6 seconds. They didn't head for the tower. Naruto stopped walking. He turned his head toward the southwest section of the forest. "Something wrong," he said. Shikamaru's eyes sharpened. "What level of wrong are we talking?" "Sanin level." The color left Shikamaru's face. For 1 second. Then it came back, because Shikamaru Nara was brilliant enough to understand that Sanin level was a problem for normal teams. His team had Naruto. Troublesome. Lead the way. Orochimaru of the Sanin had entered the Forest of Death wearing a dead woman's face. He was hunting Sasuke Uchiha. The Sharingan was his objective. The bloodline limit he wanted for his collection, for his experiments, for his endless pursuit of every jutsu in existence. He had done his research on every team in the exam. He had data on every significant genin. He had, through a combination of arrogance and oversight, chosen to ignore the limited intelligence available about Naruto Uzumaki's team. A blonde orphan with unusual abilities. Interesting, perhaps, but Orochimaru had spent his life studying the extraordinary. He didn't fear it. First mistake. He was halfway through tracking Team 7, Sasuke, Sakura, and their third member, when the forest in front of him changed. The trees leaned away. The canopy opened above him like a curtain being pulled back. The light that came through was golden. The shadows disappeared. Something in the underbrush moved, pulling back, retreating, fleeing. And then the forest was silent. Naruto stepped from behind a tree 20 meters ahead. Excalibur was already in his hand. His eyes were already wrong. Pitch black sclera, white crosshair irises burning with rotating patterns that Orochimaru's extensive knowledge could not identify. They stood facing each other in the sudden clearing. Snake and King. The man who wanted everything and the boy who could create anything. Orochimaru's disguise fell away in pieces. His real face emerged, pale, angular, eyes vertical slitted and golden. He smiled his stretched, wrong smile, the one that showed too many teeth for a human mouth. His tongue extended, tasting the air, tasting the power that radiated from the boy in waves. My, Orochimaru murmured. What a fascinating child. Your chakra, no, that isn't chakra at all, is it? Naruto looked at him. His expression held the same warmth it always did, but beneath it was something that made the air pressure drop. The gravity of absolute power wearing a polite face. You shed your humanity to crawl in the dirt like a serpent, Naruto said. His voice carried the dual tone, his own warmth and something ancient beneath it that resonated in Orochimaru's bones despite a lifetime of desensitization to killing intent. This forest is my kingdom. You are trespassing. Orochimaru's smile widened. He was excited. Genuinely excited. He was a scientist at heart, a monster with a scientist's curiosity, and the readings he was getting from this boy were unlike anything in his decades of research. He bit his thumb. Blood hit the ground. The summoning seal blazed. Manda exploded from the earth. The enormous violet-scaled snake boss, 200 meters of muscle and venom and killing power, erupted upward through the canopy, destroying trees in every direction, blocking out the light, its massive head swinging toward Naruto with its jaws already opening. Orochimaru drew the Kusanagi from his own throat in a fluid motion that was familiar as breathing. The legendary blade extended, singing through the air toward Naruto's chest in a strike aimed to pierce, to test, to probe. Naruto closed his eyes. 1 second. First King, Taro. He opened his eyes. A column of golden light detonated from Excalibur's edge. It wasn't an attack in the conventional sense. It was a sequence, a chain of sword strikes executed so fast that they compressed into a single visual event. Excalibur moved through 12 positions in the space of one heartbeat, each strike carrying the weight and mastery of a legendary swordsman channeled through the blade's sole repository. Manda came apart. The giant snake divided into segments, clean, absolute, final, each cut burning with golden chaos energy that cauterized the pieces before they could regenerate. The body hit the ground in sections, each one the size of a building, and the impact shook the forest floor hard enough to send trees leaning. The Kusanagi was vibrating in the dirt 20 meters from Orochimaru's hand. He hadn't seen it leave his grip. One moment it was in his hand, the next it was embedded in the ground with a clean diagonal cut across the blade where Excalibur had kissed it. Orochimaru himself was pressed against a tree. An invisible weight held him. Gravity warped and folded and aimed at him like a weapon. His arms were pinned. His legs couldn't move. His chakra was circulating, fighting, trying to find purchase against a force that wasn't chakra-based and therefore had no counter in his extensive repertoire. Naruto walked toward him. Slow steps. He dragged one hand across the forest floor as he walked, fingers brushing the roots and moss. Chaos corruption spread from his touch. It raced through the root network like blood through veins. The trees around Orochimaru changed, bark splitting, something wet and pulsing underneath. The wood becoming flesh, becoming something alive and hungry. Eyes opened in the knots. Mouths formed in the rings. The ground beneath Orochimaru's feet rolled like something breathing, and the tree he was pinned against wrapped new growths around his limbs, root fingers that gripped and squeezed and held. The forest, Orochimaru's preferred terrain, his hunting ground, his domain, had become something that hated him. Naruto stopped 3 feet from the Sannin. He looked up at the man pinned to the living tree. There was no hatred in his eyes. There was pity. Real, weighted, comprehensive pity. Your ambition has devoured everything you were, Naruto said. You want immortality because you are terrified of the empty hole where your purpose used to live. You collect jutsu because you stopped creating anything of your own decades ago. You are a parasite wearing a genius's skin. Orochimaru's eyes widened. For the first time in decades, the first time since the day he was passed over for Hokage, the first time since Hiruzen failed to stop him, the first time since he made his choice to pursue power at any cost, something hit him that his defenses couldn't deflect. Being seen, the tree flesh tightened. The eyes in the wood focused on him with something that looked like hunger. "I am letting you leave," Naruto said, "because killing you here would serve nothing except my own convenience. Take your ambition, take your fear, leave this place." He released the gravity. He pulled back the corruption, and the forest screamed, a wet, organic sound, as it released the Sannin. Orochimaru hit the ground. He gasped. His body was already preparing the escape technique. The shedding, the reconstruction, the emergency protocol he had built into his modified physiology for exactly this type of encounter. He looked at the boy. The 12-year-old with a divine sword and eyes that saw through everything. Then he was gone, melting into the earth, running through his own modified body transfer technique, leaving behind a skin that dissolved into white snakes that scattered into the underbrush and disappeared. He didn't attack Sasuke Uchiha. He didn't return to the forest. He didn't send his agents. The cursed seal of heaven that was supposed to mark Sasuke's neck was never applied. Orochimaru returned to his base in the land of sound. He sat in a chair in a lightless room. He added a name to the list of things he would never approach again. And he circled it 3 times. The Chunin exam continued without a snake's influence. Teams competed. Fights happened. The preliminary rounds in the tower narrowed the field. Naruto's team advanced with the ease of predators moving through prey. Neji dismantled his opponents with gentle fist combinations that were sharper than anything a genin had a right to use. Tenten deployed weapons that left the proctors writing emergency classified reports. Shikamaru won his match by outthinking his opponent so completely that the boy surrendered before Shikamaru threw a single punch, and Naruto didn't fight in the preliminaries because his opponent took one look at his eyes, blue, warm, smiling, and forfeited. The boy from Kusagakure walked up to the proctor and said, "I withdraw," without shame, without explanation, and without looking back. The announcer was confused. The audience murmured. Naruto inclined his head respectfully at the retreating genin and said, "A wise decision, thank you." Nobody laughed. Nobody was sure if they were supposed to. The finals came. The arena was packed. Civilians, shinobi, dignitaries from every nation. The third Hokage sat in the Kage box. Beside him, the Kazekage, who was beneath the disguise, Orochimaru wearing a stolen face. Except he wasn't, because Orochimaru had canceled the invasion. The Sand Sound Alliance that was supposed to strike during the finals, the coordinated assault that was supposed to bring Konoha to its knees, had been called off. Orochimaru's encounter in the Forest of Death had rewritten his risk assessment. He was many things, murderer, genius, monster, but he was a survivalist above all else. And the boy with the golden sword existed inside Konoha's walls. The invasion wasn't canceled for strategic reasons. It was canceled because Orochimaru was afraid. But Gaara of the desert didn't get the message. The one-tailed Jinchuriki was fracturing. Shukaku's whispers had grown louder during the exam. Kill, feed, prove your existence, love yourself through blood. Gaara's sand was restless. His eyes were bloodshot and ringed with shadows so heavy they looked painted on. He was a bomb with a countdown that nobody had updated. The finals reached his match. Gaara versus Sasuke Uchiha, the bout everyone was waiting for. Sasuke came in fast, aggressive, channeling a newly learned Chidori into his hand. Lightning screamed. The crowd roared. Gaara's sand caught the Chidori, dissolved the charge. Then the sand erupted, not defending, attacking. Sand flooded the arena. It climbed the walls. It reached for the audience. Gaara screamed. His face was splitting, half his body covered in sand that was reshaping into something monstrous. One arm became massive, clawed, veined with chakra. One eye went yellow and diamond-shaped. The audience panicked. The genjutsu that was supposed to accompany the invasion never fell. Orochimaru had called it off. But the beast rising in the arena didn't need a coordinated attack to destroy everything around it. Gaara leaped from the arena. He landed on the village wall and kept going, running for the forest outside the village where there was space, where there was room, where Shukaku could fully emerge and the killing could begin. Sannin, Temari and Kankuro pursued. Terrified, Sasuke pursued, still crackling with lightning, determined to finish his fight. Jonin moved to contain. Naruto was already gone. He appeared in front of Gaara a mile outside the village. Simply appeared, stepping from nowhere into the path of the rampaging Jinchuriki with Excalibur in his hand and his eyes already blazing with black and gold. Gaara stopped. His transformed half, the massive Sandclaw arm, the one yellow eye, faced the blonde boy on the forest path. Shukaku's voice erupted from Gaara's mouth in a register that wasn't human. "Blood! Give me your blood!" Naruto looked at the boy trapped inside the monster and said, "I see you in there, Gaara." Gaara screamed. The transformation accelerated. Sand exploded outward from his body, piling, building, shaping. The full form of the one-tailed beast rising from the ground like a nightmare made physical. Shukaku, massive, towering, tail swinging, jaws gaping, rose above the tree line and blotted out the sun. The beast roared. The sound flattened trees in a 100-meter radius. Birds died mid-flight from the pressure wave. The ground cracked in concentric circles. Naruto looked up at it. "Demons and beasts," he said, just loud enough for Shikamaru, Neji, and Tenten, who had followed and were positioned 50 meters back, to hear. "Humanity has outgrown the need for you." He leaped. Straight up, 100 meters in a single bound, carried by the chaos energy that bent gravity around him and made physics a suggestion rather than a law, he reached Shukaku's face. The beast swung a claw at him. A wall of compressed sand the size of a building sweeping through the air fast enough to produce a sonic boom. Naruto didn't dodge. He drew back his right fist. Chaos energy coiled up his arm in spiraling ribbons of gold and black. So dense, so concentrated, so absolutely saturated with power that the light around his fist warped and the air turned to visual static. He punched the one-tailed beast in the face. The sound was wrong. It wasn't an explosion. It was a crack. Deep, structural, fundamental. The kind of sound that happens when something that was supposed to be permanent discovers it isn't. Shukaku's chakra network, the weave of tailed beast energy that gave the construct its form and its power, fractured from the point of impact. Cracks spread across the beast's sand body like a breaking window, racing outward from the crater in its face. The tail stopped mid-swing. The claws froze. The jaws went slack. Sand rained down on the forest in sheets. Tons of it. Acres of sand falling like the heaviest snowfall in history, burying trees and boulders and reshaping the landscape in seconds. The construct collapsed. The beast fell. Naruto dropped through the cascading sand and grabbed Gaara from the disintegrating head with one hand. The red-haired boy was thrashing, still manic, eyes rolling. Shukaku's voice screaming under his own voice in a constant loop of kill, love, blood, exist. Naruto landed. He held Gaara upright with one arm. The boy was smaller than him, lighter and shaking so hard his teeth were clicking. Naruto put his free hand against the side of Gaara's head. Gentle. With all the care of someone handling something broken and precious, mind purification. Chaos energy flowed from his palm into Gaara's psyche. Not attacking, not suppressing, but burning. Burning away the walls that Shukaku had built inside the boy's mind over 12 years of unending torture. Burning away the implanted hunger for blood that the seal had never properly contained. Burning away the voice that whispered, "Love yourself, kill them, prove you exist." Gaara stopped screaming. His body went rigid for 3 seconds, then limp. His eyes cleared, actually cleared, for the first time since infancy, going from bloodshot and manic to something open and confused and afraid in a way that was healthy. He looked at Naruto. He had never really looked at anyone before. Every face he had ever seen had been filtered through Shukaku's lens of murder or be murdered. "What?" Gaara's voice was small, hoarse, the voice of a boy who had never been allowed to just be a boy. "What did you do?" "I freed you," Naruto said. His voice was warm enough to fill the empty spaces that 12 years of isolation had carved in Gaara's chest. "Sleep now, warrior of the sand. Wake up to a better world." Gaara's eyes filled with tears he didn't understand. His body relaxed. For the first time in his entire life, since the moment of his birth, since the monster was sealed inside him, since his uncle tried to kill him, and his father wrote him off as a failed weapon. Gaara of the desert fell asleep without screaming. Naruto lowered him to the ground. Gently. He arranged the boy's arms at his sides and brushed sand from his face. Tamari and Kankuro arrived. They had been running. They were exhausted and terrified and prepared for the worst. Prepared to find their brother mid-rampage or mid-death or mid-something terrible that they would have to either contain or mourn. They found him sleeping, peacefully, with a blond boy kneeling beside him and looking up at them with the same warm expression he wore for everything. "He's fine," Naruto told them. "He'll be different when he wakes. Better." Tamari's fan was in her hand. She was a warrior. She had been trained to fight since she could walk, and she was standing in front of a boy who had just punched a tailed beast out of existence with his bare fist. Her fan lowered. "Who are you?" she asked. Naruto stood. He brushed sand off his knees. "Naruto Uzumaki Pendragon. Your brother is welcome in my kingdom when he's ready." Kankuro made a sound that was halfway between a laugh and a sob. Is he really okay?" "The voice is gone," Naruto said. "Shukaku is still sealed inside him, but it can no longer touch his mind. He'll sleep for about 12 hours. Make sure he eats when he wakes. He's been running on pure chakra and adrenaline for years." Tamari fell to her knees. She didn't bow. She just collapsed, exhaustion and relief hitting her simultaneously. Kankuro grabbed her shoulder to steady her. Behind Naruto, his knights were watching. Shikamaru had his hands in his pockets, and his expression was the flat, slightly wrinkled look of a man who had run the mental math and still come up short. "He punched it," Shikamaru said. "He literally just punched the tailed beast." "In the face," Neji confirmed. His Byakugan was still active. His voice was steady, but his left eye was twitching in a way it had never twitched before. Tenten was grinning. Full, bright, the grin of someone who had chosen the right team. "That's our king." Asuma arrived last. He landed on a branch, looked at the flattened forest, looked at the sand dunes that now existed in a landscape that had been temperate woodland 20 minutes ago, looked at Shukaku's remains dissolving into chakra vapor, and pulled out a cigarette with fingers that were absolutely steady because he refused to let them shake. "I'm filing for hazard pay again," he said. "It'll get denied again," Shikamaru informed him. "I know." Asuma lit the cigarette, inhaled, exhaled. "I know." The aftermath of the Chunin exams was complicated. The invasion that was supposed to happen didn't happen. The Sand Village, deprived of Orochimaru's backing and suddenly aware that their Jinchuriki had been pacified by a Konoha Jinin, opened emergency diplomatic channels. The third Hokage, alive and intact instead of dead on a rooftop as he would have been in any other timeline, leveraged the situation into a strengthened alliance. Gaara woke up 12 hours later as predicted. He was silent for the first 2 hours. Then he cried. Then he spoke. His first words were, "Where is the one who freed me?" Naruto visited him the next day. They spoke for an hour. When Naruto left, Gaara was standing, really standing, with his own spine straight and his own weight centered, for the first time in memory. The Sand siblings returned home with a brother they didn't recognize. A quieter brother. A kinder one. A brother who looked at people and saw them instead of targets. 2 months passed. The word about the Chunin exam spread. About the boy who broke a tailed beast with one punch. About the terraformed island nation that was now called Camelot Wave. About the Sanin who fled from a 12-year-old in the forest of death. The word reached the Akatsuki. Pain, Nagato, the Rinnegan bearer, the leader of the organization, received the intelligence report in his tower in Omegakure. He read it twice. His expression didn't change, but his path shifted, an involuntary redistribution of attention that meant something had disturbed his equilibrium. He assigned the retrieval to his 2 best field operatives, Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hoshigaki. The 2 S-rank missing nin entered Konoha on a quiet afternoon. They wore their cloaks, black fabric, red clouds, and moved through the village with the confidence of men who had walked into hostile territory 100 times and walked out 100 times. They expected to find a Jinchuriki, a powerful one, perhaps, enhanced, perhaps. Unusual, certainly, they found a king. Naruto was sitting on the Hokage monument, on the top of the 3rd stone head, specifically, the highest point in the village, where the wind blew strong and the entire landscape was visible. He sat with one leg hanging over the edge and his hands resting on his thigh. Excalibur was not drawn. He didn't need it drawn. His knights were arranged behind him. Shikamaru leaning against the stone with his arms crossed and his eyes half closed. Thinking, always thinking, processing the two approaching chakra signatures that Neji had reported 4 minutes ago. Neji stood with his hands behind his back, Byakugan active, tracking the visitors with the focus of a sentinel. Tenten was checking a weapon, a new one, a kusarigama that bent space when it was swung, and she was adjusting the chain length. At the base of the monument, Zabuza leaned against the rock face with Kubikiri Bocho strapped to his back. Haku sat cross-legged beside him, forming ice mirrors in his palms and dissolving them, a meditation technique. Both of them felt the visitors before they arrived. Two of them, Zabuza murmured, both strong. The big one has a living weapon, the smaller one has eyes that scream trouble. Haku closed his palms. The ice vanished. Akatsuki? Red clouds, Neji confirmed from above. They're making no effort to conceal themselves. Naruto stood. He turned to face the direction the two signatures approached from. His expression was serene, the composure of someone who had known this meeting was coming for weeks and had chosen this rooftop as the stage for it. Itachi Uchiha appeared first, flickering into existence on the monument's surface like a ghost resolving into flesh. He was young, 17, maybe 18, but his eyes held lifetimes. The Sharingan spun in his irises, 3 tomoe rotating, recording, analyzed. Kisame materialized beside him, massive, blue-skinned, grinning the grin of a man who lived for the next fight. Samehada was strapped to his back, the living sword wrapped in bandages, already writhing, already sensing the immense energy radiating from the blonde boy 15 meters away. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kisame said. His grin widened. You're smaller than I expected. Naruto tilted his head. He looked at them the way a host looks at uninvited guests, with patience, with mild curiosity, without concern. Kisame Hoshigaki, Itachi Uchiha. He said their names like he was reading a guest list. You've come a long way. Itachi's expression didn't change. Those Sharingan eyes took in everything. Naruto's posture, his knights, the quality of the energy that radiated from him. Itachi processed information at a rate that made most people seem frozen. He processed Naruto in 3 seconds and arrived at a conclusion that made something in his chest go cold. This was a fight they could not win, but Kisame was already moving. The big man reached back, grabbed Samehada by the handle, and swung the massive bandaged blade in a wide arc directed at Naruto's midsection. He was fast for his size, frighteningly fast, the kind of speed that had surprised and killed a dozen strong opponents who expected the big frame to mean slow. Naruto caught the blade bare-handed, mid-swing. His left hand closed around Samehada's bandaged surface. The living sword bit, its scales turned inward, grinding against his palm, trying to feed, trying to devour the chakra it sensed beneath his skin. It found chaos energy instead of chakra. Samehada recoiled. The bandages blew off the blade in shredded strips, and the sword's true form was revealed. Blue, scaled, organic, a living weapon with a mouth and an appetite that had never found a meal it couldn't consume. Until now, chaos energy flowed up through the blade in a cascade of gold and black, not attacking, not destroying, filling, like water filling a cup. Samehada's scales smoothed. Its writhing stopped. Its perpetual hunger, the endless desire to consume more, always more, went silent. The sword made a sound, a confused, small sound, like an animal that had been starving for years suddenly handed a meal so vast it couldn't comprehend the abundance. Naruto held the motionless, silent sword by its handle. He looked at it. Then he looked at Kisame, whose hands were empty and whose grin had frozen a rictus of absolute bewilderment. Naruto turned to Tenten. He held out Samehada. For your collection. Tenten took the sword. She looked at it. It looked at her. Something passed between them. Some exchange of acknowledgement that made the living weapon's scales shift from hostile blue to a softer, iridescent purple. It's warm, Tenten said. She likes you, Naruto told her. Kisame stared. His mouth was open. His signature weapon, the blade he had killed dozens with, the companion he had carried for years, had just been handed to a teenage girl like an unwanted umbrella. What? Kisame said. Just the one word. Flat. Disbelieving, Itachi's Sharingan shifted. 3 tomoe became the pinwheel pattern of the Mangekyo, activated willingly, pushing through the pain, reaching for the ultimate tool in his arsenal. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted from his left eye. Not a small burst, a massive wave, a curtain of unholy fire that burned at the temperature of the sun and consumed everything it touched. The flames rolled toward Naruto in a wall of extinction that would have reduced anything it touched to nothing. Naruto lifted Excalibur. The blade appeared from the tear in space. That familiar sound, that exhale, and settled into his right hand with the comfort of an old friend. Severing the concept, he cut one swing, horizontal, clean. The Amaterasu split down the middle. The wall of black fire divided into two halves that fell away from the line of the cut like curtains being drawn. Then the halves split again, and then they were gone. Not extinguished, not suppressed, not overcome, gone. Erased from the physical world with the completeness of a sentence deleted from a page. The concept of their burning, the idea that they existed as fire, as heat, as a phenomenon, had been severed from reality. Itachi watched his ultimate technique cease to exist. His Manjikyo spun. His face remained composed, the discipline of an Ainbu captain, the mask of a man who had killed his own family with a still expression. But behind that mask, behind the walls, something fundamental shifted. He had never seen a jutsu erased. Countered, yes. Reflected, redirected, absorbed, yes. But the total removal of a technique from existence was something beyond his considerable intelligence's ability to categorize. Naruto looked at them. Excalibur rested at his side, its edge still singing with the resonance of the cut it had just made. "Your eyes see only illusions, Uchiha," he said. The dual tone was present, his warmth and the ancient weight beneath. He turned his gaze to Kasame. "And you serve a man who thinks he understands pain." He took one step toward them. The stone of the monument cracked under his foot, not from weight, but from the sheer density of what he contained. The air pressure around him dropped. The temperature shifted. His knights behind him didn't flinch, because they were used to it, but Kasame took a half step back without meaning to. "Return to your masters," Naruto said. "Tell them the King of Chaos is building his kingdom." He took another step. Excalibur's edge brightened. The golden black energy along its surface intensified, and the monument itself seemed to lean away from him, the stone groaning. "Any who bring war to my borders will be erased." Silence, complete. The wind had stopped. The village below continued its daily life. Civilians shopping, children playing, Jin training. But up here, on the monument, time had become heavy. Itachi spoke. His voice was soft, even, the voice of a man who had spent years perfecting emotional control. "We will deliver your message." Kasame didn't speak. He was looking at Tenten, at Samehada in her hands. The living sword was nuzzling against the girl's palm with its scales flat and its body language reading as content in a way Kasame had never seen it. "My sword," Kasame said. His voice was strained, disbelieving. "Was never yours," Naruto said. "It was hungry. You fed it scraps. Now it's home." Kasame's jaw tightened. His hand moved. Reflexive, reaching for a weapon that wasn't on his back anymore. Itachi put a hand on his partner's arm. "We're leaving." They left. 2 S-rank missing men, 2 of the Akatsuki's deadliest operatives. They retreated from a rooftop in their target's home village without completing their mission, without engaging in sustained combat, without any of the things they had been trained and paid and feared for. They didn't discuss it on the journey back. There was nothing to discuss. Itachi filed his report with Pain using words that were sparse and absolute. "The Jinchuriki cannot be retrieved. Recommend permanent tabling of the Nine Tails capture objective." Pain read the report. He read it again. He activated the Renegade's shared vision across all 6 paths and processed the implications simultaneously. The Akatsuki, for the first time in its existence, tabled a retrieval mission with no expiration date. Kasame requested a new sword from the organization's armory. He received one. It was adequate. He hated it. He missed Samehada for the rest of his life. Months passed. Naruto grew. His territory grew. Camelot Wave prospered. Trade routes opened. The economy stabilized. The people governed themselves with the freedom of citizens who knew they were protected. Zabuza and Haku ran security with the efficiency of former missing nun who had found purpose. The Pendragon Bridge carried travelers from a dozen nations. Intelligence networks across the elemental nations filed increasingly urgent reports about the blonde Genin from Konoha, who was building something that defied categorization. Not a village. It had no military structure. Not a nation. It had no political apparatus. Not a cult, it had no ideology beyond the straightforward declaration that humanity deserved better. It was a kingdom. And its king was 13 years old and getting stronger. Naruto trained his knights. Shikamaru's tactical capacity expanded as Naruto shared information about the wider world, about the Akatsuki, about the tailed beasts, about the true structure of the shinobi system, and the economies of violence that sustained it. Shikamaru absorbed it all and began constructing contingency plans for scenarios that hadn't happened yet. Neiji's gentle fist evolved. Training against Naruto's chaos-reinforced body forced him to develop techniques that bypassed conventional defenses, because conventional offenses couldn't touch Naruto. His strikes became more creative, more adaptive, more individual. He stopped fighting like a Hyuga and started fighting like Neji. Tenten's arsenal became legendary. Samahada adapted to her, growing smaller, lighter, reshaping itself into a form that suited her fighting style. She discovered she could feed it chakra willingly, and it would amplify her techniques in return. Combined with the chaos-infused weapons she already carried, she had become a walking armory that could counter anything from summoning beasts to elemental jutsu. Asuma grew too. He stopped seeing himself as a supervisor and started seeing himself as what he actually was, the bridge between Naruto's kingdom and the conventional world. He handled the missions, the diplomacy, the interactions with the Hokage's office that required a Jonin seal. He was the one who translated "my student terraformed a country" into language that Konoha's bureaucracy could process without institutional panic. He still filed for hazard pay. Monthly. It was always denied. He had started framing the rejection letters. The confrontation with the Akatsuki had consequences that rippled through the organization. Pain reevaluated his strategy. Toby, Obito, the man behind the mask, grew interested in a way that Pain found uncomfortable. Conan watched the intelligence reports accumulate and said nothing, but her paper creations grew more restless in the evenings. And Konoha's leadership, the Hokage, the council, the elders, watched the boy they had once dismissed as the Nine-Tails container build something that transcended their ability to control. Danzo was the first to act. He didn't act openly, he never did, but his root operatives began appearing at the edges of Naruto's awareness. Watching, reporting, testing boundaries, Naruto noticed. He always noticed. He addressed it on a Tuesday. He appeared in Danzo's private office, appeared without announcement, without invitation, through a dimensional tier that opened in the center of the room while Danzo was mid-sentence with two root operatives. The operatives drew weapons. Danzo's hand moved toward the bandages on his right arm. Naruto stood in the center of the room with his hands at his sides and his eyes, normal blue, warm, fixed on Danzo with an attention that made the old man's skin prickle. "I know what you are," Naruto said. "Pleasant, conversational. I know about Root. I know about the Sharingan under your bandages. I know about Shisui's eye. I know what you did to the Uchiha clan." Danzo's face didn't change. Decades of practice kept it stone, but his pulse spiked. The root operatives flanking him could hear it. "You have two choices," Naruto continued. He clasped his hands behind his back. "Disband Root and surrender the stolen Sharingan to me within 72 hours, or refuse, and I will do it for you. I want to be clear, this is courtesy, not negotiation. I am telling you what will happen. The only variable is whether it happens with your cooperation or without it." Danzo stared at him. His visible eye held decades of calculation, decades of maneuvering, decades of believing that every action was justified if it served the village. "And if I refuse?" Danzo asked. Testing, probing, a politician to the last. Naruto smiled. It was the most terrifying smile Danzo had ever seen, because it was genuine. "Then you will wake up tomorrow in a world where Root never existed, where the Sharingan in your arm are back where they belong, where your political influence has evaporated like morning mist, and you will remember all of it. Every loss, every undoing, every thread of your life's work unraveled. I will leave you your memory. I think that's the kindest thing I can do for you." Danzo's hand under the desk was shaking. 72 hours, Naruto repeated. He stepped backward into the dimensional tier and was gone. Danzo disbanded Root in 48 hours. The Sharingan were delivered to the Hokage's office in a sealed container with a note that said returning lost property. The former root operatives, hundreds of them, appeared in the general Anbu population over the following weeks, confused, deprogrammed, and free. Sai was among them. He showed up at Naruto's door 3 days after his liberation, holding a sketchbook and wearing an expression that was trying to learn what expressions were. "I don't know what to do." Sai said. Naruto opened the door wider. "Come in, we'll figure it out." Sai became a friend, not a knight. Naruto didn't recruit him into the retinue, but something gentler. Someone Naruto chose to help without expecting service in return. The artist who had been turned into a weapon was, one interaction at a time, discovering what it meant to make things instead of destroy them. These small moments existed alongside the escalation. They mattered because they showed who Naruto was when the sword was sheathed and the power was resting. He was still the boy who picked up a crying girl after killing a monster. He was still the person who sat with broken people and helped them find their shapes. But the world kept coming. The world always comes for people who refuse to play by its rules. The decision to leave Konoha wasn't sudden. It was the final note of a song that had been building for years. Naruto sat with his knights on the Hokage monument the evening before, the same spot where he had faced down the Akatsuki. The sun was setting, and the village below was golden with it. Warm light on warm buildings, people moving through their evening routines. "Tomorrow," Naruto said. Shikamaru didn't open his eyes. He was leaning against the stone, watching clouds that were turning pink at the edges. "You're sure the timing's right?" The council's emergency session last week decided to attempt a seal on my chaos energy. Danzo's removal destabilized their power structure, and their response to instability is always control. They'll move within the month, so we go before they move. We go before they move. Neji was standing with his arms crossed, looking at the village. His expression was complex, gratitude and rejection woven together. Konoha had raised him. Konoha had also caged him. He had made his choice months ago, but the weight of it still pressed on his chest. "The Hyuga will not follow," he said. "The Hyuga will have the choice," Naruto replied. "Some will. Most won't. You're free either way, Neji." Neji nodded. "Once." Firm, Tenten was sitting cross-legged, sharpening a blade that didn't need sharpening because it was infused with reality-warping energy. Force of habit. "How many civilians?" 312 have confirmed through our channels, Shikamaru said, opening one eye. "Families, mostly. People who've been squeezed by the merchant clans and the council's taxation. People who lost children to missions. People who looked at what Naruto built in Wave and decided they wanted to live there instead of here." 312 people walking out of a hidden village, Asuma said from his spot at the edge of the monument, feet dangling, cigarette glowing. "This is going to be a thing." "It's going to be a thing," Naruto agreed. "And if they try to stop us?" Naruto looked at Asuma. The warmth was there, real, genuine, carrying the weight of months of shared meals and shared training and shared absurdity, and beneath the warmth, the bedrock. "They won't." Asuma looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded and took a drag and watched the sunset finish dying. The morning came. 312 civilians gathered near the village gates before dawn. Families with children, elderly couples, young men and women who had lost someone to the endless machine of missions and war. They were quiet. They were sure. They carried what they could. They left the rest. Naruto walked to the gates with his knights at his sides. Excalibur was not drawn. His eyes were blue. His expression was open and warm and absolutely resolved. The village woke around them. Word spread through Anbu channels, through Jonin networks, through the civilian grapevine. People came to the walls, to the rooftops, to the streets near the gate. They watched. Hiruzen Sarutobi was there, the old Hokage in his white robes and hat, standing inside the gate with his pipe and his age and the accumulated weight of every decision he had ever made. He looked at Naruto. He looked at the people behind Naruto. He looked tired. "Naruto," he said. His voice was soft. "Hokage-sama." Naruto inclined his head. Respectful. The respect of a younger king to an older one. "Thank you for the years. You could stay." "I could. I won't." Hiruzen nodded. He had known. He had known for months, perhaps years. Since the moment a 10-year-old boy pulled a divine sword from a tear in the air and reshaped a city block into a garden of crystal, Hiruzen had known that the boy would outgrow the village the way a river outgrows a channel. He stepped aside. But Jiraiya did not. The Toad Sage was at the gate. He must have arrived overnight, summoned, perhaps, or warned through his network. He stood in the center of the gate path with his arms crossed and his white mane of hair catching the morning breeze. Gamabunta was summoned, the enormous toad boss filling the sky above the gate, massive and immovable, arms crossed in a mirror of his summoner's stance. Tsunade was beside Jiraiya. She had returned to the village recently, drawn back perhaps by the same forces that were pushing Naruto out. She stood with her arms at her sides and her jaw set and her eyes on Naruto with an expression that mixed grief with recognition. "Naruto," Jiraiya said. His voice was tight. There was love in it, real, painful, the love of a godfather who had been absent for 12 years and now watched his godson walk away. "You belong to the leaf." Naruto stopped walking. He stood 10 meters from Jiraiya, with 312 people behind him and a kingdom ahead of him and a village at his back that had never been home enough to keep him. He looked at his godfather. The love in Naruto's expression was genuine, as real and warm and present as anything he had ever shown. He loved Jiraiya. He loved what Jiraiya represented. He loved the idea of the family he could have had. And beneath the love, the resolution of someone who had already decided. "The leaf is a dying leaf," Naruto said, clinging to a rotting tree. He let his chaos aura rise. It came up from the ground, or maybe from inside him, or maybe from everywhere at once. The energy that had been contained, managed, held at a whisper for months, released. Gold and black spiraling power that pressed outward in expanding waves. The air thickened. The ground hummed. The walls of the village vibrated at a frequency that made the watchtower guards grip their posts. The sky fractured. It happened slowly enough for everyone to see. The blue above Konoha tore, not violently, but with the inevitability of something that was always going to happen. Fragments of sky fell away like pieces of a broken mirror, revealing behind them a kaleidoscope of rifts, dimensional tears in reality that burned with gold and black and colors that didn't exist in the visible spectrum. The entire sky above the village became a stained glass ceiling of impossible geometry. The Anbu on the walls gripped their weapons. None of them moved. None of them could have changed anything if they did. Naruto raised his voice. It carried both tones now, his own and the one beneath. The one that was older than villages, older than nations, older than everything except the universe itself. Kath Palug. The dimensional rift above the village widened. Something moved behind it, something enormous, something that existed in the space between spaces and was only partially visible through the tear. It unfolded through the rift in a cascade of impossible geometry. Wings that weren't wings, a body that was an equation, eyes that were apertures in reality itself. Kath Palug, the reality-eating beast of chaos. A summoning that existed beyond the scale of anything the shinobi world had ever categorized. It descended. Gamabunta, the great toad boss, a summon that had stood against the nine-tailed fox, braced himself. He drew his tanto. He was a warrior. He did not run. Kath Palug landed on him with the weight of a concept made physical. The impact didn't destroy the toad. It pinned him, the way a hand pins a coin to a table. Effortless, absolute, the gap in power so vast that resistance became meaningless. Gamabunta struggled. His massive limbs pushed against the weight. Kath Palug held him without strain, without effort, without even seeming to notice. Jiraiya's face went white, then red, then something beyond color. The expression of a man watching his strongest summon, his partner of 30 years, his most powerful combat asset, pinned like an insect by something that wasn't even trying. He reached for a jutsu. Rasengan formed in his palm, the spiraling sphere of compressed chakra that his student had invented, his legacy technique, his proof of mastery. Naruto raised Excalibur above his head. The blade blazed. Gold and black chaos energy erupted along its edge, so dense, so bright, so absolutely saturated with power that it was visible from the top of the Hokage Tower, from the village center, from miles away. A beacon of everything Naruto was, held above his head like a declaration. He released it. A single pulse. A shockwave of golden light rolled outward from the blade's edge in every direction. It expanded in a sphere, passing through Jiraiya, through Tsunade, through the wall, through the Anbu, through every person and structure in its path. It hit nothing. It targeted nothing. It destroyed nothing. It moved everything. Jiraiya hit the wall behind him. The Rasengan dispersed from his hand. He was alive. He was intact. He was 20 meters from where he had been standing and pressed against stone by a wall of force that had treated him the way a river treats a pebble. Tsunade hit the wall beside him. She had braced. She was the strongest woman alive. Her chakra-enhanced strength could punch mountains, and the shockwave had moved her anyway. Without damage, without injury, with absolute dismissal, the Anbu were scattered across the walls and rooftops like leaves after a storm. Alive, unharmed, repositioned, the clouds above the entire land of fire parted in a visible line. A clean separation, horizon to horizon. People in villages 100 miles away looked up and saw it. The line in the sky where the clouds had been cut apart by something they would never understand. Naruto descended. He landed. Excalibur lowered to his side. Kath Palag released Gamabunta. The Toad Boss collapsed, panting, uninjured but utterly defeated in spirit, and the beast rose back through the dimensional tier, which sealed behind it with a sound like a satisfied sigh. The sky above Konoha began to heal. The kaleidoscope fractures knitted themselves together, fragments of blue returning, the impossible geometry fading until the sky was just sky again. The path was clear. Naruto turned. He faced his people, 312 souls who had watched a god flex and stayed because they chose him. Shikamaru was already walking, calm as ever, hands in pockets. Neji fell into step 2 paces behind, his bearing that of a soldier who had found his commander. Tenten walked with Samahata over one shoulder in a grin that could power a city. Asuma brought up the rear of the retinue, cigarette unlit but in his mouth for comfort, shaking his head with the slow resignation of a man who had stopped being surprised and started being proud. Naruto looked at them. He looked like what he was. A king. I am Naruto Pendragon. His voice didn't need the dual tone for this. This was just him. Just the boy who grew up alone in a village that feared him. Just the boy who found a sword and a soul inside himself and decided that the world deserved something better than what it had been given. Just the boy who chose warmth over bitterness and built a kingdom out of the ashes of everything that had tried to break him. He turned toward the road that led away from Konoha, away from the past, toward the land that would become something new, something eternal, something the world had never seen and would never forget. And I go to build Camelot. He walked forward. His knights walked with him. His people followed. 312 pairs of feet on the road, men, women, children, all of them walking towards something that existed only as a promise and a power in a king's word. Behind them, Jiraiya pulled himself off the wall. He watched the procession leave. His expression was, broken wasn't the right word, transformed. He was watching his godson leave, and he was watching something begin, and he didn't know which feeling was winning. Tsunade put a hand on his shoulder. He'll be okay. I know he'll be okay, Jiraiya said, his voice cracked. He's the strongest thing I've ever seen. I know. Hiruzen watched from the gate. His pipe was in his hand, unlit, forgotten. He was smiling. It was a sad smile, the smile of an old man watching the future walk away from him. But it was real. Go well, Naruto, he said to nobody. Go well. On the road, moving away from the village, moving toward the horizon, Naruto walked at the front of his people with the golden light of morning on his face and the weight of absolute power in his bones and the genuine, unbounded joy of someone who was finally, free to become what he was always meant to be. The chaos energy around him faded as he walked. The gold and black ribbons pulled back into his skin, sinking, settling, resting. The pressure eased. The road became just a road. The morning became just a morning. Tenten jogged up to walk beside him. So where exactly are we going? East, Naruto said. There's a stretch of land between the land of fire and the land of lightning that belongs to nobody. Unclaimed, fertile, room to build. And when we get there? Naruto looked at her. He smiled. The same smile he'd had at 10 years old, checking on a crying girl in the rubble of something terrible. Warm, real, absolutely certain. We build. Shikamaru appeared on his other side, walking with the practiced laziness of someone who is definitely going to complain about the distance. This is going to be the most troublesome thing I've ever been part of. Probably, Naruto agreed. The other villages are going to lose their minds. Definitely. We're going to be at war within a year. We're going to be at peace within a year, Naruto corrected. Because anyone who declares war on us will have that war end before it begins. Shikamaru glanced at him. The ghost of a smile, the kind of smile that recognized the truth of something impossible and accepted it anyway. Troublesome. Neji walked behind them in silence. His Byakugan was active, scanning the road ahead and the road behind, watching for threats, watching for pursuit, ready. But there was something in his posture that wasn't vigilance, it was freedom. The cage bird seal was still on his forehead. Naruto hadn't removed it yet, because Neji had asked him to wait, because Neji wanted to earn its removal through service rather than receive it as a gift. But the cage was meaningless now. He was walking away from the people who made it, beside the king who would unmake it, toward a future where it would be history. Asuma lit his cigarette. Finally, the flame flickered in the morning breeze, and the first drag filled his lungs with something that felt like acceptance. "Hey, Naruto," he called ahead. The blonde looked over his shoulder. "I never asked. Is the hazard pay going to be better in Camelot?" Naruto laughed. A real laugh. Young, bright, the laugh of a 13-year-old who was still, underneath everything, a kid capable of joy. "I'll pay you triple." "That's still triple nothing." "Fine. Quadruple." "Quadruple nothing is still Asuma-sensei." "Yeah, trust me." Asuma took a drag, exhaled, watched the smoke disappear into the morning air. "Yeah," he said, "I do." They walked. The road stretched ahead of them, long and open and full of everything that hadn't happened yet. Behind them, Konoha grew smaller against the horizon. The walls, the towers, the stone faces of the monument growing distant, growing past, growing into something that used to be home, and now was just a place they had been. Ahead of them, the sky was clear. The sky behind them was still knitting itself together when Naruto took the first step of what would become the most consequential walk in the history of the elemental nations. The road stretched east, a simple merchant path of packed dirt and worn wheel ruts that had carried 1,000 caravans and would, by the end of this journey, carry 312 people towards something the world had never seen. The morning sun hit the blonde hair of the boy at the front of the line and turned it into something luminous, and the people who followed him did so in a silence that was less fear and more awe. The awe of humans who had watched a 13-year-old boy, Part 2 legendary Sannin, and a god-sized toad summon with a single pulse of power and then walk forward without looking back. Shikamaru Nara walked at Naruto's right side with his hands in his pockets and his eyes tracking the cloud formations above them with the attentiveness of a man who was running contingency plans for every possible weather-related obstacle on a 4-day march. His brain was also processing logistics, food distribution for 312 people across 4 days, water sources along the eastern route, the likely response time of Konoha's intelligence apparatus once the departure became official record. He had solutions for all of it. He had solutions for things that had a less than 3% chance of happening. He was Shikamaru Nara. "The first pursuit team will be dispatched in 6 hours, Shikamaru said without turning his head. "Reconnaissance only. The council will want information before they commit resources." Naruto kept walking. His pace was easy, unhurried, the gait of someone who knew exactly how far they were going and exactly how long it would take. And when they report back, they will report that we are moving east toward unclaimed territory. The council will convene a second emergency session. They will debate for 72 hours because that is what councils do when they are afraid and uncertain. By then, we will already be building. Good. Tenten was testing a new blade, a short tanto she had infused with chaos energy the previous week, against passing saplings. She would draw, swing, and the tree would fold into a geometric shape rather than fall. She apologized to each one after the fact. "Sorry," she told a maple that had become a perfect dodecahedron hovering 6 inches above its own stump. "You look better this way, honestly." Neji walked 2 paces behind Naruto with his hands behind his back and his Byakugan scanning in a 360-degree arc around the procession. He tracked every bird, every squirrel, every shifting branch. He was a sentinel. He was excellent at it. Asuma Sarutobi brought up the rear of the inner circle with a cigarette in his mouth that he had lit 3 separate times and let go out 3 separate times because the wind kept stealing the flame and he kept forgetting to shield it. His thoughts were somewhere between pride and a mild existential recalibration that he had been experiencing continuously for the past year and a half. He was walking away from his home village. He was walking away from his father. He was walking towards something built by a teenager who could break the sky, and he was doing it with full awareness and zero regret. He lit the cigarette for the 4th time. This time it held. "Hey, Naruto," he called ahead. The blonde looked over his shoulder. "The land we are heading toward, what is it like?" "Fertile, bordered by a river to the east and a mountain range to the west. Wide valleys, good soil, room." Asuma nodded. He took a drag and exhaled and watched the smoke trail behind him like a flag. "Room for what?" Naruto smiled. That smile, the one that held everything he intended to build and everything he intended to become. Room for everything. They walked. The 4 days passed in a rhythm that became familiar by the second morning. The 312 civilians organized themselves with the efficiency of people who had chosen something and intended to see it through. Families clustered together. Young men and women took perimeter positions without being asked because the instinct of a village, even a village you had left, was to protect the group. An elderly couple who had run a bakery in Konoha's merchant district set up a portable cooking station at every rest stop and fed whoever came to them with the same bread they had been making for 40 years. Naruto knew their names, Takeshi and Yumi. He had known them before the departure, had visited their bakery once a month for the past 2 years, sitting at the counter, eating red bean bread, and asking Takeshi about the grain supply chains and whether the council's taxation policy was affecting their flour costs. Takeshi had told him everything. Naruto had listened with the attention of a king taking census of his kingdom's economy. When the departure was being planned, Takeshi and Yumi were among the first to confirm. "You always listened?" Takeshi told Naruto on the second evening of the march, as the old man handed him a piece of bread still warm from the portable oven. "Every time you came in, you always listened like what we said mattered." "It did matter," Naruto said. He took the bread. He ate it in the firelight with his knights around him, and 300 people settling into their evening routines, and the bread tasted like trust. On the 4th morning, they crested a hill and the land opened below them. It was everything Naruto had described and more. A wide valley stretching between a clean river on the eastern border and a mountain range on the western horizon. The mountains tall enough to block weather systems, low enough to allow passage. The valley floor was grassland, green and deep, rippling under the morning wind in waves that looked like breathing. Scattered groves of hardwood broke the expanse. The river caught the sun and threw it back in fragments. 312 people looked at it. Some of them cried. The kind of crying that happens when you have been walking towards something on faith and the something turns out to be real. Naruto descended the hill. He walked into the center of the valley, the exact center, a point that seemed to call to him the way the hilt of Excalibur called to his palm. He stopped. He turned. He looked back at the people on the hill. Then he knelt. He pressed both palms flat against the earth. The grass between his fingers was soft and warm with the morning. He closed his eyes. He breathed in, once, full, his chest expanding and his energy expanding with it, chaos stirring in the deep channels of his body where it lived between uses. He opened his eyes. Black sclera, white crosshair irises, burning, chaos reconstruction. The earth answered. It began at the center and radiated outward like a heartbeat made visible. The ground shifted, rippled, and then rose. White marble pushed through the soil in sheets, in columns, in formations that defied the physics of stone. Roads appeared first, wide paths of polished white material that threaded between the natural terrain like veins finding their roots. They ran from the center point outward in 6 directions, each one curving to follow the land rather than cutting through it. the river moved. It shifted its course, gently, as though nudged by a hand that understood water better than water understood itself, and split into channels that fed a central basin. The basin filled over the course of an hour, becoming a lake of such perfect clarity that you could see the white stone bed 30 feet below the surface. Terraced hills rose on the valley's southern quarter. The earth layered itself upward in clean steps, farming terraces, each one level and fertile, the soil enriched by the chaos energy passing through it. The groves of hardwood remained where they stood, incorporated into the design rather than removed by it. Crystal formations bloomed from the mountain face to the west, tall, angular, catching the light and refracting it across the valley in spectral bands. And at the center, on the central hill that had risen above the lake, the round table hall grew. It climbed from the earth over the course of a full day. White marble and golden stone interlocking in patterns that belonged to an architecture the world had never produced. Tall arched windows that would catch the morning light and turn it into warmth. A hall wide enough to seat hundreds, with a ceiling that curved upward into a dome of crystal lattice. At its heart, the table itself, round, stone and gold, 17 seats arranged in a circle with equal spacing, equal height, equal weight. A table with a geometry that said, everyone who sits here is the same distance from the center. Naruto worked for 3 days. He rose with the sun and pressed his hands to the earth and built until the last light faded. He built infrastructure, water systems, roads, the foundations of residential districts that the people would finish with their own hands and their own choices. He built the bones. They would build the body, and he worked alongside them. On the second day, while the marble was still rising from the northern district, Naruto carried lumber with Takeshi. The old baker was directing a group of younger men in the construction of what would become the bakery. The same trade, the same bread, new walls. Naruto lifted beams that 3 men together would have struggled with and placed them with the care of someone who understood that buildings are promises. You could do all of this with the energy, Takeshi said, watching the king hold a crossbeam in place while another man hammered the joint. I could, Naruto said. But this is yours to build. My energy made the foundation. Your hands make it home. Asuma was sitting on a half-finished wall nearby, watching the scene. He had his unlit cigarette between his fingers and the expression of a man witnessing something that was rewriting his understanding of leadership. He said to the air, to the sky, to anyone listening, I have never seen anything like this in my life. Shikamaru, walking past with a rolled blueprint under one arm, the residential district layout he had designed during the march, said, You say that every day. Asuma said, It keeps being true. The construction took weeks for the main structures and months for the details, but by the end of the first month, Camelot existed as a real place. White roads connecting residential districts to the central hill. The round table hall rising above the lake, its crystal dome visible from the mountain pass. Homes, real homes, built by real hands with real tools, each one different, each one chosen by the family who lived in it. The bakery, a school, a medical building that Hinata's letters would later describe as the best equipped facility she had ever seen, staffed by former Konoha medics who had left the village's service for Camelot's openness. The round table filled. Shikamaru took his seat first, because he had been sitting at Naruto's right hand since the day he stood up in a classroom and walked down the aisle between the desks. Neji took his with the formal bearing of a man who had been offered something he intended to earn every day of his life. Tenten sat and immediately put her feet up and then took them down when Neji's expression communicated disapproval through sheer precision. Zabuza's seat was technically in Camelot Wave. The island territory still thrived under his guardianship, its economy the fastest growing in the elemental nations, but his chair at the round table was present and occupied during the monthly councils when he and Haku made the crossing. Haku's seat was beside Zabuza's, always. Asuma sat at the table with the energy of a man who had started as a supervisor and become something he hadn't expected. He still filed reports. To whom now was a question he answered differently every month. and he still lit his cigarettes at inappropriate times during formal proceedings, and he still looked at Naruto with the expression of someone who had watched a teenager become a head of state and was somehow still surprised by the kindness. The 2-year time skip compressed into a series of moments that the narrator holds like photographs. Camelot Wave's quarterly economic report arriving on Shikamaru's desk, growth rates that made him raise both eyebrows, which was the Nara equivalent of standing ovation. The island that had been choking under Gato's monopoly was now a trade hub connecting 3 shipping routes. Zabuza ran its security with the enthusiasm of a man who had spent his life destroying things and discovered that protecting things used the same skills and felt incomparably better. Tamari and Kankuro, arriving at Camelot's western gate bearing Gaara's formal alliance request, stamped with the Kazekage's seal, because Gaara had become Kazekage in the year following his liberation, because the people of Sand looked at the boy who used to terrify them and saw, for the first time, someone who could protect them without needing to kill them. Naruto received the Sand siblings in the round table hall with warmth. He seated them as guests. He poured Tamari's tea himself. He told them, "The Sand's people are Camelot's people. We protect each other." The alliance was sealed in an afternoon. Tamari left and told Kankuro on the road home that something about sitting at that table had felt correct in a way she could describe only as belonging. Kankuro said she sounded weird. She hit him with her fan. He deserved it. Intelligence agencies from every major village filing increasingly urgent reports about the city in the unclaimed valley. Shikamaru intercepted them through a network of information channels that spanned half the continent. A system he had built with the patience of a genius who understood that knowledge, properly organized, was worth more than armies. He read the reports. He filed them in a folder labeled Expected. The folder grew thick, Cloud sending Anbu reconnaissance teams to map Camelot's borders. They returned with beautifully rendered maps of the approaches to the city, the mountain passes, the river crossings, everything Naruto intended them to see. The interior layout, the defensive capabilities, the true scope of the infrastructure, those things existed on a level that the Cloud operatives could observe without comprehending and report without understanding. And Naruto, growing, 15 years old by the end of the time skip, taller, his shoulders broader, the boyishness in his face giving way to something that still carried warmth, but now carried authority beneath it in equal measure. He trained every morning, Excalibur singing through the dawn air in forms that belonged to swordsmen whose names had been forgotten by every civilization except the one living inside the blade. He ran the city's administration with Shikamaru's help, made decisions with Neiji's council, sparred with Tenten's chaos-infused arsenal because she was the only person in his inner circle whose combat approach was diverse enough to keep him engaged. He stood on the ramparts of the Round Table Hall in the early morning of the day that ended the time skip, the first day of what would become a new movement in the story, and looked out at a real city, his city. Homes and roads and people moving through their morning routines below him. The lake reflecting the crystal dome, the mountain range catching the first orange of sunrise. Behind him, footsteps. A gate guard, a young woman named Rei, who had been a civilian seamstress in Konoha and had trained herself into a capable perimeter watcher in the 2 years since arriving, appeared at the rampart stairway and bowed. "My lord," she said, "there is a man at the eastern gate. He says he is here to challenge you." She paused. "He is rapping." Naruto turned. He smiled. The smile of someone who had been expecting this for weeks. "Send him in." Killer Bee of Kumogakure, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the most powerful individual the Hidden Cloud Village had ever produced. A man who communicated exclusively in freestyle verse and was, by every measurable metric, one of the 5 most dangerous combatants in the world, had traveled alone across 2 nations to reach Camelot's border. He had rapped for the entire journey. His escort, 2 Cloud Jonin assigned by the Raikage to keep him from causing diplomatic incidents, had given up on the second day and returned home with a report that read, "Subject is uncontrollable, proceeding alone. We wish him well." B stood at the eastern gate in his full gear, 7 swords strapped across his back and torso, his massive frame filling the gateway, his dark glasses reflecting the morning light, and his mouth moving in a continuous stream of bars that the gate guards found equal parts impressive and incomprehensible. Yo, listen up. I came to see the king. The one they say can do that reality-bending thing? Well, the boy who punched a tailed beast right in the face. I gotta test that power. Gotta feel that grace. The gate guards stared at him. They had been trained by Zabuza during his visits. They were competent, steady, and entirely unprepared for the 8 Tails Jinchuriki rapping at them. Naruto arrived at the gate within minutes. He walked through the archway and looked up at the massive man who stood 2 heads taller than him and radiated enough raw chakra to register as a localized weather event. B looked down at the king. His glasses caught the light. His flow stopped, just for a moment, as Gyuki, sealed inside him, felt the chaos energy radiating from the blonde boy and went very, very still. The 8 Tails was old. The 8 Tails had existed since before the founding of any village. And the 8 Tails recognized something in the energy coming off this child that predated even its own ancient existence. "You want to spar?" Naruto said. B pointed at him. One finger extended, aimed at the king's chest with the swagger of a man who had never met a challenge he would dodge. His rhyme completed the sentence. "I came to test the best. Put your blade against my chest. See if the king of chaos can handle B at his expressed fullest. That is a request." Naruto looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he laughed, genuine, bright, appreciative. "I like you." B's grin widened behind his glasses. "Training field, northern quarter. Give me 5 minutes." B wrapped his agreement. The gate guards looked at each other. One of them reached for the emergency signal scroll and then thought better of it. The northern training field was a wide expanse of flat ground bordered by reinforced crystal walls. Naruto had built it with the expectation that his own training would require containment structures, and the walls were reinforced with chaos lattice patterns that could absorb impacts equivalent to Biju-level techniques without cracking. The field had been tested by Tenten's heaviest arsenal. It had held. It was about to be tested significantly harder. Naruto stood at the center of the field with sequence drawn. The backup longsword, forged from chaos-hardened steel with a black blade and golden edge, shorter than Excalibur, and designed for extended engagements where the divine sword's absolute lethality would be excessive. He gave Excalibur the day off. B stood 40 meters from him. All 7 swords drawn and distributed across his body, held in hands, in elbows, at the bend of his knees, between his teeth. The Killer Bee fighting style, acrobat, a 7-sword technique that turned one man into a spinning formation of cutting edges that moved faster than most eyes could track. Behind the crystal walls, Naruto's knights assembled. Shikamaru leaned against the barrier with his arms crossed. Neji activated his Byakugan. Tenten had a notepad out because the weapons specialist in her wanted to study B's multi-sword coordination framework. Asuma lit a cigarette with the air of a man who was about to watch something unreasonable. B flexed. The 7 swords began to rotate. His massive frame became a blur of steel and muscle, and then he charged, closing the 40-meter gap in under 2 seconds, every blade aimed at a different angle of approach, the combined attack pattern creating a dome of cutting edges that left 0 sales angles for a defender. Naruto stepped left, 1 step. That was all. 1 step that moved him out of the center of the dome and placed him at B's right flank, where the rotation of the 7 swords created a gap lasting approximately 1/20th of a second. Naruto swung sequence into that gap. The black blade caught 2 of B's swords simultaneously, redirected them into each other, and sent the Jinchuriki's rhythm off by a fraction. B recovered in 1 rotation. He adjusted, the 7 swords shifting their pattern, closing the gap, generating a new formation that accounted for Naruto's speed. He came again. Naruto met him. Sequence moved in continuous, fluid arcs, parrying, redirecting, turning the force of 7 swords back against themselves with an economy of movement that reflected 1,000 lifetimes of combat living inside his muscles. He did this with a thread of chaos infused into the blade, enough to strengthen the metal against the incredible force of B's strikes, enough to add a faint golden trail to every movement of the sword. They traded blows for 30 seconds. The impacts rang across the training field like a blacksmith symphony. The crystal walls hummed with each clash. The ground cracked under B's feet as he planted for heavier swings and cracked under Naruto's as he anchored for redirections. B was brilliant. This was the thing that the scene existed to prove. Killer B was one of the greatest close combat fighters in the world. His mastery of multi-blade technique was absolute. His speed rivaled Jonin a third of his size. His power, enhanced by Gyuki's chakra reserves, hit with the force of siege weapons. And Naruto was walking him backward across the training field with a single sword and a smile. B felt it. The gap. The incredible, immeasurable gap between what he was bringing and what the boy in front of him was holding in reserve. Every time B escalated, Naruto matched him with less. Every time B found a new angle, Naruto was already occupying the space where the angle would resolve. Every time B committed full force to a strike, Naruto absorbed the impact with the kind of grounded stability that suggested he could stand inside an earthquake and find his center. B stopped. Seven swords stationary, breathing hard, grinning harder. "You are playing with me," B said. Then, because he was B, "Playing like a fiddle, flows so clean it is like a riddle, making me look middle tier when I am the top of this game. Yo, that ain't fair. That is flame." Naruto lowered sequence. His breathing was even. "You fight like a man who loves what he does." The statement hit B in the chest the way a compliment hits a person who has spent their life being feared rather than appreciated. The grin faded. Something real took its place. Something surprised and warm and a little bit wounded in the way that genuine recognition always wounds people who have gone without it. "You see that?" B asked. His voice dropped the rhythm for 3 beats. 3 beats of honest speech from a man who used verse as armor. "I see that you made 7 swords into a single expression of joy," Naruto said. "That is art, and you deserve a place where the art is what people see, rather than the weapon." B was silent. Juki stirred inside him, the 8 tails, ancient and massive and rumbling with something that was half protective instinct and half curiosity. The beast spoke to B through the internal link. "He means it. He genuinely means it." "I know," B replied. "That is why it hits different." Then B deployed version 2. The chakra cloak erupted, all 8 tails manifesting in a full transformation that turned the man into a miniature Biju form. The 8 tails of power surged through his body, amplifying everything. Speed, strength, the cutting force of his 7 swords, by an order of magnitude that took the fight from Jonin level to tailed beast level in one heartbeat. B charged in Biju mode. The ground shattered under his first step. The air itself peeled away from his approach, the sheer velocity creating a vacuum corridor. Naruto raised sequence. The thread of chaos infusion became a river. Gold and black energy spiraled up the blade's length, and when B's 7 enhanced swords met the single black blade, the impact produced a shockwave that pushed the crystal walls outward by 6 inches. Behind those walls, Tenten dropped her notepad. "He just tanked a Biju-enhanced 7-sword formation with one arm," she said. Shikamaru didn't move from his leaning position. "Yes. One arm, Shikamaru." I heard it. Neiji's Byakugan tracked the energy flows between the combatants, and what he saw was a sun meeting an ocean. B's power vast and churning, Naruto's power deeper, older, containing the ocean the way a planet contains the sea. The spar continued. B went higher, full Biju form, the massive octopus bull manifestation of the 8 tails erupting from his body and towering above the training field. The crystal walls, designed for this purpose, held. Barely. One of them cracked. Juki's voice boomed from 8 mouths. "Let us see what the king is truly made of." Naruto looked up at the towering beast. He sheathed sequence. He raised his right hand. "You want to see it? I will show you courtesy." He drew Excalibur. The tear in space opened at his shoulder. That sound, the world exhaling something it had held for too long. And the golden blade slid into his palm with the familiarity of a handshake between old friends. Naruto swung once. Dance of the Cruel Sun. The crescent of golden black energy erupted from Excalibur's edge, aimed upward, aimed at the space above Yuki's head. The technique did what it had always done. It removed. A perfect arc of empty air appeared above the 8 tails' head, the energy having erased a section of sky in a crescent shape that revealed the dimensional substrate beneath physical reality for one blinding second. The message was clear. If that swing had been aimed 6 feet lower, the 8 tails would have ceased to exist above the shoulders. Juki went still, all 8 tails frozen. The massive body registered the near miss and the intent behind it. The intent being none. The intent being demonstration. The intent being I could, and I choose otherwise. The Biju form collapsed. B stood in the center of the field, normal height, normal skin, 7 swords retracted, and he was catching his breath in heaving gasps that fogged the air in front of him. Naruto sheathed Excalibur. The tear healed. He walked forward and extended his hand. "Your village fears what it cannot hold," Naruto said. His voice carried the warmth that had ended every fight he had ever finished. "You deserve better than a cage disguised as respect." B looked at the hand. He looked at the boy attached to it, 15 years old, shorter than him by 2 heads, and the most powerful thing B had ever encountered, including the ancient beast sealed inside his own stomach. B took the hand. They shook once, firm, real. "I ain't leaving Cloud permanent," B said. His rhythm was back, quieter, but present. "But if you are building what I think you are building, and what I just felt says you are, then B and Juki got your back. Eastgate, Alliance, the real kind." Naruto squeezed the hand and let go. "That is all I ask." Inside B's seal space, Juki rumbled with something that was trying to become speech and settled on feeling instead. The ancient beast reached outward, a tentative pulse of awareness aimed at Naruto's own seal space, aimed at the 9 tails coiled inside the blonde boy's energy system. Kurama responded. The 9 tails had been present throughout the story without a single word spoken, because the fox had learned long ago that the thing sharing space with it inside this child was so far beyond its own scale that speech felt presumptuous. But Juki's outreach was an old language, the language of tailed beasts recognizing each other across the distances of their separate prisons. Kurama answered it. The warmth between them was the warmth of 2 very old things that had been afraid for a very long time, finally exhaling. "He is something else," Juki said through the link. "He is everything else," Kurama replied. "And he is kind about it. That is the part that keeps me awake at night." B became Camelot's eastern ally, and the bridge between the kingdom and the land of lightning. When the Raikage received B's report, delivered in verse, as always, the massive man sat at his desk and crushed the armrest of his chair into powder without meaning to. The alliance held. 3 weeks after B's departure, a different arrival triggered a different response in the gate system. A lone figure, thin, fast, dressed in traveling clothes with a sword at his hip and a face that carried the Uchiha bloodline's angular precision, entered Camelot's territory without announcement. Sasuke Uchiha walked through the outer district of the city with his hands in his pockets and his sharing inactive, recording everything. The architecture, the infrastructure, the people moving through their morning routines without the brittle tension that characterized life in a hidden village. The guards who noticed him and tracked him without aggression, vigilant, present, unbothered. Naruto found him in the round table hall. Sasuke stood in the center of the room, looking at the table with the 17 seats. He was taller than when they had last been in the same room, leaner. The angles of his face sharpened by training and by the particular kind of hunger that came from pursuing something you needed but could never catch. "You could have had power instead of this," Sasuke said without turning around. Naruto entered through the main doors. His footsteps echoed against the marble floor. He stopped 10 paces from Sasuke's back. "I have power, Sasuke." His voice carried the dual tone for one phrase, the ancient weight bleeding through, and then settled back into his own register. "I chose a kingdom over a throne." Sasuke turned. His Sharingan was spinning, recording, analyzing. Looking at Naruto the way a predator assesses another predator. Where are the edges? Where are the gaps? Where is the vulnerability? There were none. Sasuke's eyes told him this within seconds, and the acknowledgement of it moved through his expression like wind through tall grass. There and gone. "There is a difference," Naruto finished. He let the words sit. They filled the hall with their weight. Sasuke stared at him, the boy who had been Rookie of the Year at the academy, the boy who had chased Itachi across 3 countries, the boy who carried the Uchiha name like a blade he had been sharpening since childhood. He stared at the king who stood in a hall he had built from empty ground and felt, for the first time in years, something that was neither fury nor determination. It was curiosity. "Itachi is still alive," Sasuke said. "I know. I'm going to find him. I know that too. And when I find him, you will discover that the story you were told about the Uchiha massacre is incomplete," Naruto said. The warmth in his voice carried an edge that was less threat and more truth. The edge of someone delivering information that would hurt and deciding to deliver it honestly. Itachi carries a weight that was placed on him by the same system that crushed everyone. Find him, talk to him, then decide what you want. Sasuke's jaw worked. His Sharingan spun faster. "You know what happened. I know enough." The silence between them filled the hall. 2 boys, the same age, the same generation, utterly different trajectories, standing 10 paces apart with the full weight of their respective roads visible in their postures. Sasuke left without joining and without fighting. He walked out through the main gates and down the eastern road without looking back. He took what Naruto said with him. It worked on him like something alive, burrowing, shifting, rearranging the architecture of revenge that he had built his life around. The next time the story would see Sasuke Uchiha, he would be a different man. Changed by a conversation. Changed by truth offered freely by someone who had nothing to gain from offering it. Naruto watched him go from the Round Table Hall's highest window. He said to the empty room, "You will come back." His voice held the certainty of someone who could see the end of a road that others were still walking. The world kept turning. Camelot grew. The months folded into each other, with the accumulating weight of something that was becoming permanent. Infrastructure expanding, trade routes opening, the population growing, as word spread through merchant networks and refugee communities that there was a place between the nations where people lived without the scaffolding of military service holding their daily lives in place. And then the intelligence report arrived. Shikamaru brought it to Naruto at breakfast. He set the scroll down beside the king's plate with 2 fingers, the way you set down something that changes the trajectory of your week, and sat in his usual chair with the look of a man who had already processed the contents and was waiting for Naruto to catch up. Naruto read it. Orochimaru was moving south. The Sanin's body was failing. The intelligence described a deteriorating host. The body transfer technique that had sustained him for decades, breaking down at a rate that suggested months rather than years. His research had hit its fundamental ceiling. The human body was a vessel designed for one soul. And the snake who had been forcing his into borrowed flesh for a lifetime had finally worn through the mechanism. In his desperation, Orochimaru was doing the thing he had promised himself after the forest of death that he would avoid. He was moving against Camelot. His reasoning, reconstructed from intercepted communications between his laboratories, was that chaos energy might provide the template for a form beyond mortal limitations. If he could study the King of Chaos's body, could extract even a fragment of that power, he might build himself something that would never break. He was marching from the land of sound with his full arsenal, the Sound Four. An army of modified shinobi grown in his laboratories, enhanced, altered, carrying the marks of experiments that had prioritized function over humanity. And behind them, a column of Edo Tensei corpses, reanimated shinobi pulled back from death by the forbidden technique, each one a puppet of the dead made to fight with the full power they had held in life. Shikamaru had the numbers. Between 400 and 500 combatants. The reanimated column includes at least 30 confirmed Jonin-level corpses. The Sound Four form the vanguard. Orochimaru himself is at the center of the formation. Naruto set down his chopsticks. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He stood up from the breakfast table with the easy motion of someone transitioning from one moment to the next without urgency. "I will handle this personally." He looked at Zabuza, who had arrived from Wave for the monthly council and was seated at the far end of the table with Kubikira Bocho leaning against his chair. "You have the city," Zabuza said. "Understood," with the tone of a man who was almost disappointed to be left behind, but understood that some things required the king's personal hand, and this was one of them. Naruto walked south alone. He met the army at the border of the Land of Sound's northern plains, a flat expanse of grassland that had been chosen by Orochimaru as the staging ground for the advance. The army stretched across the plain in formation, 500 bodies, 30 Edo Tensei, 4 elite guard, 1 dying snake at the center. The Sound Force saw him first. They deployed without hesitation. 4 bodies, 4 positions, north, south, east, west, hands flashing through seals, voices calling the technique in unison. 4 violet flames formation. The barrier erupted, purple fire rising from the ground in 4 walls that closed into a box around Naruto. A prison of burning energy that destroyed anything it touched and contained anything it held. It was the Sound Force's signature technique. It had imprisoned Kage-level opponents. It was considered inescapable. Naruto stopped walking. He looked at the nearest wall of purple flame, the heat of it warping the air, the color of it painting his face in violet light. He placed one hand against the surface. Chaos absorption. The barrier spiraled inward. The purple fire, all 4 walls, all 4 anchors, the entire geometric prison, twisted into a vortex that centered on Naruto's palm. It compressed, accelerated, and vanished into the point of his hand like water draining through a hole in the world. Gone. The energy absorbed. The technique erased. The 4 sound members stared at where their formation used to be. They stared at the space it had occupied. Empty air, empty grass. A boy standing with one hand raised and zero evidence that anything had ever existed between them. Jirobo broke first. He charged. Massive, earth-enhanced, bringing the full weight of his cursed seal-powered fist down toward Naruto's head. Naruto sidestepped without looking at him. His attention was on the Edo Tensei column advancing from behind the Sound Force. 30 reanimated corpses, former jonin, former specialists, former warriors pulled from the peace of death to serve a snake's desperation. He raised Excalibur. The tear opened, the blade sang, severing the concept. One horizontal arc. The swing was aimed, and this was the part that broke the understanding of everyone watching, at the technique rather than the bodies. The golden black crescent erupted from Excalibur's edge and passed through the Edo Tensei column without touching a single reanimated body. Instead, it cut through the bindings, the resurrection seals, the chakra threads connecting dead flesh to Orochimaru's control, the fundamental concept of their continued animation. 30 bodies dropped. Simultaneously, the resurrection seals burned from the ground beneath them. The souls sealed inside released, rising, dissipating, finding their way back to whatever piece they had been stolen from. The bodies remained, empty, still, free. Kidomaru fired. His spiderwebs enhanced, razor-edged, each thread carrying enough tensile strength to slice through steel, erupted from his palms in a web formation designed to contain a target from every angle. Naruto walked through it. The webs touched his skin and dissolved. Chaos energy eating the material at the point of contact, converting the threads into golden light that scattered harmlessly. Tayuya's genjutsu hit. Her flute's sound, carrying the melody that trapped minds in layered illusions, washed over Naruto's consciousness. He experienced the technique for 1 second. Then his chaos sight burned through it with the indifference of a sun burning through fog. Sakon split into his twin, and both halves charged simultaneously. Naruto caught both of them by the face, one hand each, palms pressing against their foreheads, and released a pulse of energy that put them on the ground unconscious in one heartbeat. He kept walking, through the Sound Force formation, past Jirobo, who had stopped his charge and was standing with his fists still raised, and the dawning realization that it would accomplish nothing. Past Kidomaru, whose webs had dissolved, past Tayuya, whose flute had fallen from her fingers. The modified army, 400 enhanced shinobi, stood between him and Orochimaru. They had watched their elite guard fail. They had watched 30 reanimated warriors fall. They stood in formation because that was what they had been conditioned to do. Naruto stopped. He looked at them. His eyes were still blue, warm, human, carrying the same expression he used for everything. He spoke in a voice that carried across the formation. You were made for a purpose that serves one man's fear of death. I am giving you a different purpose. Walk away. Find something real to live for. This fight belongs to me and to him alone. 80 of them dropped their weapons and walked. Within 30 seconds, then 100 more. Then the rest followed in a cascade of abandoned posts and lowered arms that left the formation empty and the path to Orochimaru clear. Naruto reached the snake. Orochimaru stepped from the armored transport that had carried him at the center of the army. His body was, and there was no way to describe it that did justice to the wrongness, deteriorating visibly. The host was a young woman whose features were now overlaid with Orochimaru's own. Pale skin cracking at the edges, golden eyes sunken, the body moving with a fluidity that was compensation for joints that no longer connected properly. He deployed his final measures. Manda 2, the second-generation snake boss, grown larger than the original. 300 meters of muscle and scale and jaw erupted from the earth behind Orochimaru in a display of summoning that cracked the plane in a radial pattern. Naruto met it with his right fist. He leaped, 100 meters straight up, carried by the gravity-bending properties of chaos, and descended into the snake boss's skull with a fist wrapped in spiraling gold and black energy. The impact caved the skull inward. The kinetic force traveled through the snake's body in a wave that broke its spine at 6 points simultaneously. Manda 2 hit the ground in sections and did not rise. Orochimaru opened his mouth and the Kusanagi emerged, the legendary blade extending from his throat in the fluid, wrong motion that was his signature weapon deployment. The sword aimed for Naruto's chest. Naruto caught it on Excalibur's edge. The blades kissed, divine gold meeting cursed steel, and the Kusanagi cracked along a hairline fracture from tip to hilt. It had never cracked before. In centuries of existence, the blade that could cut anything had never met a material that could mark it. Orochimaru pulled back. He deployed the multi-armed puppet body, 6 mechanical arms fitted with legendary weapons, each one a stolen treasure from a different era of shinobi history. The arms unfurled around him in a halo of death that moved with the speed and precision of a machine built for a single purpose. Chaos corruption. Naruto pressed 2 fingers against the nearest mechanical arm as it swung toward him. The energy flowed from his touch into the puppet's joints, living, spreading, reforming. The weapons warped. The metal softened, the arms folded inward like origami being undone, collapsing around Orochimaru's body in a cage of his own technology. The Sannin extracted himself from the wreckage. His real form, what remained of it, stumbled into the open air, pale, diminished. The body shedding skin and flakes that turned to white scales as they fell. The greatest mind in the elemental nation's history of forbidden research, reduced by the very ambition that had driven him to greatness. Naruto looked at him with genuine pity. Real, present, aching pity. The kind that comes from seeing waste and understanding it fully. "You could have been the greatest healer who ever lived," Naruto said. His voice was soft. The dual tone was absent. This was just his voice, his own words, delivered to a dying man with the full weight of what could have been. "You understood life better than anyone in this world, and you spent that understanding trying to escape it." Orochimaru raised his head. The golden eyes, still sharp, still brilliant, still containing the mind that had revolutionized 3 fields of research before its owner had decided revolution was insufficient without permanence, focused on Naruto. The stretched smile came. One last time, familiar, wrong, full of teeth. "Magnificent to the end," Orochimaru said. His voice was thin but steady. "You are something I should have studied more closely." Naruto raised Excalibur. The blade caught the afternoon sun and turned it gold. Dance of the Cruel Sun, King's Requiem. The arc was wide, golden, burning with the light of an ending that had been building since a 12-year-old boy in the forest of death told a snake to leave his kingdom. The energy erupted from the blade in a crescent that carried the finality of a verdict. A wide horizontal sweep that moved through Orochimaru's position with the same removal that the technique had always carried. Orochimaru made no sound. He did not escape. He did not substitute. He did not shed his skin or slip away through a modified tunnel or leave behind a decoy. The crescent passed through him and his existence ended along the line of the cut. Absolutely, finally, in the way that a sound ends when the source stops vibrating, the grass on the plain settled. The wind, which had been blowing south all afternoon, shifted to the east. The sun continued in its arc as though nothing had changed. 3 of the Sound Force surrendered. They knelt in the grass with their heads lowered and their weapons discarded. One ran, Kidomaru, whose spiderweb instincts told him that the web had broken, and the only response was distance. Tenten, who had followed at a distance of 2 miles because she had decided the situation was too interesting to miss and had brought her full arsenal just in case, caught the runner before sunset. She returned to Camelot the next morning with Kidomaru over one shoulder, unconscious and webbed up with his own material, and an expression of mild professional satisfaction. Asuma filed the incident report. His official language read, "Hostile entity removed from the record." His personal notes, written in the margin of the standard form, "The snake got erased. Do not ask me to elaborate. This is my 47th hazard pay request. I know it will be denied." It was denied. He framed the rejection letter. Number 47 looked excellent next to numbers 1 through 46 on the wall of his office. The elimination of Orochimaru sent tremors through the intelligence networks of every major village. Asanin, one of 3 legendary shinobi whose names defined an era, had been erased from existence by a 15-year-old king who had walked alone into a 500-person army and walked out without a scratch on his clothing. The reports were filed. The assessments were revised. The threat level assigned to Camelot in every village's intelligence database was updated from significant anomaly to existential consideration. Shikamaru read the updated assessments and added them to the folder. The folder needed a second binder. Months passed. Camelot continued its impossible trajectory of growth. The city's population reached 2,000 as refugees, traders, and disillusioned shinobi from a dozen nations filtered through its gates. The economy stabilized into something self-sustaining. Agriculture from the terraces, trade through the merchant roads, specialized goods from the crystal formations that chaos energy produced in the mountain range. And then the Akatsuki moved. Pain's revised strategy, formulated after Itachi's report about the encounter on the Hokage monument, refined after Orochimaru's elimination, was containment through speed. Capture the remaining tailed beasts before Camelot could extend its protection to them. Deploy operatives in sequence, beginning with the most accessible targets. Sasori and Deidara moved against Gaara, the Kazekage of the Sand Village, the boy who had been freed from Shukaku's voice by a hand on his head and a pulse of chaos energy, felt them coming through his sand. The desert spoke to him, and it spoke with urgency. 2 signatures. S-Class, moving fast from the northwest, Camelot's intelligence network, the continent-spanning information system that Shikamaru had built from nothing and maintained with the dedication of a man who understood that wars were won before the first weapon was drawn, transmitted the warning to Gaara's desk and to Naruto's breakfast table simultaneously. Naruto stood from his breakfast. "I am going to Sand," Shikamaru said. "Already scheduled the route. You will arrive before they engage." Naruto arrived before they engaged. He stepped through a dimensional tier, one of the conveniences of Chaos Authority that he used for rapid transit across his alliance network, and emerged on the sand dunes outside Tsunogakure's walls. Gaara was on the wall above, his sand already forming into defensive configurations. His expression was steady. He had been expecting this. Sasori and Deidara arrived from the northwest, Deidara on a clay bird overhead, Sasori walking below in his Hiriko puppet armor, the hunched shell masking the puppeteer's true form. Naruto stood between them and the village. Excalibur was already drawn. His eyes were blue and warm and absolutely without concern. "Akatsuki operatives," he said. His voice carried the clear, measured quality it always carried when he was addressing people who were about to receive an offer they should accept. "You are in territory protected by the Camelot Accord. Turn back and live. Continue and end." Deidara's response was a clay owl, detonated in midair above Naruto's position, C2 explosive with enough force to crater a building. The explosion bloomed outward in a sphere of light and force. Naruto raised Excalibur into the blast. Chaos absorption. The explosion spiraled inward, every particle, every joule of released energy, twisting into a vortex at the blade's edge and disappearing. The air cleared. The sand settled. Naruto stood in the same position without a grain displaced. "That was your warning," he said. Sasori's 100 puppets deployed. They erupted from ceiling scrolls in a cascade of wood and wire, the red secret technique. Performance of 100 puppets, each one a former shinobi whose body had been converted into a weapon, each one carrying the combat abilities they had held in life. 100 figures filled the air around Naruto in a sphere of bladed limbs and poison-tipped appendages. Naruto walked into them. Excalibur moved in continuous arcs at his sides. First King Taro, and the blade's 12-position sequence deployed faster than human eyes could follow. Each position carried the mastery of a legendary swordsman. Each cut was clean, final, reducing the puppets that met the blade's edge to processed fragments of wood that scattered across the sand. He walked through the 100 puppets like a man walking through a field of tall grass. The grass fell. He was untouched. Deidara went aerial. His highest technique, C4 Karura, the microscopic explosive that detonated inside a victim's body from within, rained down from above in an invisible cloud. The particles descended toward Naruto, toward the sand, toward everything within range. Naruto raised one palm toward the sky. Chaos absorption. The cloud spiraled upward into the vortex. Every microscopic particle, every engineered detonation point, drawn from the air like dust by a vacuum and consumed. Deidara stared at where his finest technique used to be. His hands, the mouths in his palms still shaping clay, went still. His clay bird banked and turned. Retreat, instinct overriding pride. And the artist bomber flew east at full speed because his instincts, at least, still functioned. Sasori was left in the field. His 100 puppets were sawdust on the sand. His Hiruko armor, the first line of defense, was cracked from a stray fragment of one of Naruto's arcs. He emerged from it. His true form, a puppet body, humanoid, red-haired, young forever because he had replaced his flesh with wood and mechanisms at 16 years old, stood in the open sand. He drew the Kazekage puppet, his masterpiece, the converted body of the third Kazekage carrying the iron sand technique. Iron sand erupted from the puppet's mouth in formations that could shred steel. Naruto drove Excalibur into the sand. Camelot Domain. The desert became his. The sand beneath their feet transformed, solidifying, crystallizing, white marble emerging from beneath the grains. Walls of crystal and stone arched overhead in a dome that sealed the area. The iron sand, suddenly inside a domain that obeyed a different master, froze. The particles hung in midair, vibrating, unable to move because the very space they occupied had been claimed. Sasori's puppet strings found no purchase. The chakra threads that connected his fingers to his arsenal met the domain's authority and dissolved at the boundary. Every puppet, every weapon, every mechanism that relied on Sasori's control went limp simultaneously. The puppeteer stood stripped. His true body, the small, intricate core that he had reduced himself to, was exposed in the crystal light of the domain. Naruto pulled Excalibur from the ground. He walked towards Sasori with the blade at his side and his expression carrying genuine weight. "You preserved yourself to escape time," Naruto said. "You spent that time killing." He stopped 3 paces from the puppeteer's core. "Is this the life you wanted?" Sasori was silent for 5 seconds. His expression, carved from wood, incapable of movement, somehow communicated something through the set of his eyes. "Akatsuki gave me purpose," he said. Naruto raised Excalibur. The golden blade caught the domain's light and multiplied it. "Akatsuki gave you assignments. One clean strike. The arc passed through Sasori's core at the center point, the single human piece he had kept, the cylinder of living tissue that made him something more than a machine. The cut ended it. The core split. The puppet body collapsed in a rattle of joints and mechanisms. The domain faded. The sand was sand again. Gaara descended from the wall above. His sand carried him down in a gentle spiral. He landed beside Naruto and looked at the fallen puppeteer's remains. "He was the one who killed the third Kazekage," Gaara said. His voice was soft, the voice of a leader who had learned to speak without the need to dominate. "And now the third Kazekage's puppet is free," Naruto replied. He knelt and removed the chakra seals from the Kazekage puppet's form with a touch of chaos that purified the bindings. "Bury it with honors." Gaara nodded. Once, the sand rose and took the puppet body gently. He would see it interred properly. Deidara returned in 3 days. He returned with C0, his self-detonation, the technique that required his own death as the trigger, the final expression of his art. He called it his masterpiece. He appeared above Camelot's northern district, his body already expanding, already channeling every particle of explosive clay in his system into the final blast. He detonated. The explosion was visible from 80 miles. A sphere of annihilation expanding outward from a single point above the city. Enough force to level everything within a mile radius. Enough heat to turn sand to glass. Enough concussive pressure to rupture organs through walls. Naruto was on the wall. He raised both hands toward the expanding sphere. His eyes blazed, black sclera, white crosshairs, rotating with the speed of something that processed the situation in fragments of seconds. Chaos absorption, total recall. The explosion reversed. Every particle, every shockwave, every scrap of released energy, the entire expanding sphere of destruction contracted. It pulled backward. It spiraled inward toward the point of origin, accelerating, compressing, until the entirety of C0's devastating yield returned to the point where Deidara had been, the point closed. Where the artist bomber had existed, where his final masterpiece had bloomed for one brilliant second, there was void. The void sealed itself behind the retreating energy, and the sky was empty. Tenten was on the wall beside Naruto. She looked at the cleared sky. She looked at the spot where an S-rank suicide bombing had occupied space. She said, he reversed a suicide bombing. Shikamaru stood on her other side, hands in pockets. Yes, that is extraordinary. Everything he does is extraordinary. I have been telling you this for 3 years. Tenten made a sound that was part laugh and part frustration. I know you've been telling me. I still get surprised. Neji at the wall's corner deactivated his Byakugan. His expression was the same composed mask it always was, with the exception of his right hand, behind his back, gripping his left wrist with enough force to leave marks. His method of processing the impossible, containment through physical compression. The Akatsuki continued their offensive. Hidan and Kakuzu arrived as a pair, targeting Camelot directly, because the intelligence they operated on suggested that the tailed beast sealed within Naruto was the true target, and everything else was obstacle. Hidan was loud about it. He announced himself at the southern border with religious invocations and promises of blood sacrifice and the kind of fervor that suggested his god had a very specific set of requirements regarding volume. Kakuzu walked beside him with the practiced patience of a man who had lived for 90 years and spent 80 of them tolerating things that annoyed him. Shikamaru intercepted the intelligence report. He read it. He looked at the profile sketches. Hidan's religious immortality, Kakuzu's 5 hearts, their combined combat approach. He ran scenarios for 4 minutes. Then he stood from his desk and walked to Naruto's office. I want 5 minutes with them, Shikamaru said. Naruto looked up from his administrative scroll, the monthly trade report from Wave, which showed numbers that made even the disinterested Nara economy look modest. He studied Shikamaru's expression, the flat determination, the running mind behind the eyes. You will have your 5 minutes, Naruto said. They met the pair at the southern field, open ground, good visibility, the kind of terrain that favored a tactician's approach. Shikamaru stood at the center with his hands in the seal for shadow possession. Naruto stood 20 meters behind him, waiting, trusting. Hidan charged first, his 3-bladed scythe whirling, his voice raised to his god, his body moving with the careless speed of someone who had never feared injury because injury had never been permanent. Kakuzu's threads extended, black tendrils reaching for flanking positions, his 5 hearts distributing among separated segments that could attack from multiple vectors simultaneously. Shikamaru's shadow split. It raced across the field in 6 directions, a branching technique he had developed over 2 years of training in Camelot, where his intelligence was given the resources and time to express itself fully rather than being funneled through academy limitations. The shadows caught Hidan at the ankles and Kakuzu at the wrists. Both of them froze. Bound, Hidan's mouth was still moving, curses, promises, theological arguments about his imminent victory. His body could endure everything. His mouth apparently could too. Kakuzu strained against the shadow. His threads pushed at the binding, testing, probing. The shadow held. Shikamaru's expression tightened. The effort was real. The binding was consuming significant chakra, but it held 5 minutes. Shikamaru looked over his shoulder at Naruto. His face was flat, his expression communicating everything it needed to. Your turn. Naruto walked forward. Excalibur was already in his hand. He stopped between the two immobilized Akatsuki members and regarded them with the attentive assessment of a king passing judgment. First king, Taro. 2 strikes. 2 arcs, one aimed at Kakuzu's chest, the other at the threads connecting his 5 hearts. The technique did what it always did. It moved through 12 positions in a single heartbeat, each one carrying a legendary swordsman's mastery. The cuts found the 5 hearts and severed the concept of their sustained animation, the binding that kept dead cardiac tissue functioning as chakra batteries, cut at the fundamental level. Kakuzu's heart stopped. All 5. Simultaneously, the threads went limp, the body collapsed. Naruto turned to Hidan. The immortal was still talking, mid-word, mid-curse, mid-promise of divine retribution. Severing the concept. One horizontal arc. The golden crescent passed through Hidan and found what it was looking for, the religious curse that maintained his mortality's suspension. The concept of his unkillability, the fundamental principle that kept his cells regenerating and his heart beating regardless of damage. The concept was severed. The curse ended. Hidan's eyes went wide, the first and last genuine surprise of his immortal existence. His heart, deprived of the mechanism that had sustained it beyond all natural law, stopped. He fell beside Kakuzu. Both of them still. Both of them final. Shikamaru released the shadow possession. His hands dropped to his sides. He looked at the two bodies with the expression of a man who had run this exact scenario in his head since the day he read the Akatsuki's file and was satisfied that reality had matched his projections. Extremely troublesome, he said. His tone communicated complete satisfaction. Naruto sheathed Excalibur. The tear healed. He put a hand on Shikamaru's shoulder. 5 minutes, Naruto said. Well spent. Shikamaru allowed himself the ghost of a smile. I could have done it in 3 if you had let me start earlier. I know. They walked back to the city. The bodies were collected by the domain's automated crystal formations, the lattice structures rising from the ground and sealing the remains in geometric containers for later analysis. Shikamaru's files needed updating. The Akatsuki's active roster was shrinking. The tide continued. Over the following weeks, Naruto's alliance network reported movement across the continent. Akatsuki cells repositioning, abandoned bases discovered empty, the remaining operatives consolidating around Pain's position in Amegakure. The organization was pulling inward. Retreating toward its center, Shikamaru predicted it 3 days before it happened. Pain will make direct contact. He understands that his operatives cannot accomplish what he wants. He will come himself, or he will send a message. The message arrived through Konan. She appeared at Camelot's gates on a morning when the sky was overcast, and the crystal formations on the mountainside caught the gray light and scattered it into something that resembled stained glass. She descended on paper wings. Thousands of folded sheets assembled into functional flight structures that carried her body with the grace of something between a bird and a storm. Her orange hair caught the wind. Her expression carried the weight of years. The gate guards sent the message up. Naruto received it, stood from his desk, and walked to the gate himself. Konan landed in front of him. She was taller than him. He was still growing, still 15, still carrying the angular build of adolescence. She looked down at him with eyes that held grief and determination, and something that might have been hope, but had been burned so many times it no longer identified itself clearly. She extended a scroll, sealed with the Akatsuki's ring and cloud emblem. Long, heavy with intent. Naruto took it. He opened it in front of her and read the entire content while she stood and the gate guards maintained their positions and the mourning continued around them. The letter was long. It argued with the precision and passion of a man who had spent his entire life thinking about peace and had arrived at an answer that required absolute terror. It laid out Pain's philosophy, that humanity would continue warring until the cost became incomprehensible, that nations would continue exploiting until the instrument of their exploitation was turned back on them, that the only peace that could last was the peace imposed by something so devastating that the very concept of war became suicidal. Naruto's kingdom, the letter argued, was an obstacle, a comfortable lie, a pocket of prosperity that served those within its walls while the rest of the world continued bleeding. True peace required the hammer. True peace required pain. Naruto folded the letter. He looked at Konan. "He wrote this because he believes it," Naruto said. His voice was even. "Tell him I would like to speak with him, face to face." Konan's expression shifted, the hope becoming visible just for a moment before she contained it. "He will bring the 6 paths. He is welcome to bring what he needs." Konan returned 2 days later with the 6 paths of pain. 6 corpses, each one a former powerful shinobi, each one fitted with Rinnegan eyes that connected them to Nagato's consciousness in Amegakure. They walked in formation. Each one carried a different set of abilities. Together, they represented the full spectrum of the Rinnegan's power. Attraction, repulsion, absorption, summoning, soul extraction, and mechanical augmentation. They stood in formation at Camelot's outer field, the wide training ground north of the city that Naruto kept clear for exactly these kinds of meetings. The 6 bodies arranged themselves in a semicircle facing the city walls. Naruto walked out alone. He had ordered his knights to stay at the wall. They obeyed. Shikamaru leaning against the rampart with his arms crossed, Neji's Byakugan active and tracking every movement, Tenten with 3 weapons drawn and ready, Asuma with his trench knives in hand and the cigarette between his teeth. He reached the center of the field. 10 meters from the Deva Path, the primary body, the one Pain channeled his voice through most often. The orange-haired corpse with Yahiko's face, the face of the friend that Nagato had lost and preserved and turned into the mask of a god. "You build kingdoms while the world burns," the Deva Path said. Pain's voice came through it, steady, resonant, carrying the absolute conviction of a man who had processed every counter-argument and found them insufficient. "Your peace is a lie for the privileged." Naruto looked at the 6 bodies. He looked through them, his chaos sight finding the threads of chakra that connected them to their source, tracing those threads across the miles to a tower in Amegakure, where a dying man sat in a mechanical chair and channeled his power through stolen corpses because his own body had been destroyed by the very technique he wielded. He addressed Nagato directly, bypassing the bodies, speaking to the man. "Nagato," he said. His voice carried both tones, his own warmth and the ancient resonance beneath it. "I know about Yahiko." The Deva Path went rigid, the other 5 paths shifted, an involuntary reaction transmitted through the network. "I know what the world took from you. Your theology of pain was built from love." He let a breath pass. "And your answer to loss was more loss." The Deva Path's expression did not change. It could not, because it was a corpse wearing a dead man's face. But the energy around it shifted. The chakra signature darkened. "My answer is a world where Yahiko lives." Naruto finished. Silence. The wind across the field carried the words toward the paths and past them toward the horizon, toward wherever words go when they are heavy enough to outlive the moment. The Deva Path raised its hand. Palm forward, the Rinnegan in its eyes blazed. Almighty push, the repulsion erupted. A wall of gravitational force aimed at Naruto's chest with enough power to reshape a landscape. It was the technique that had leveled hidden villages. The technique that had killed dozens in a single pulse. The full force of the Rinnegan's mastery over attraction and repulsion, concentrated and released, it hit Naruto. It curved. The gravitational force reached him and bent around him like water finding a stone in its path. His chaos field, the ambient energy radiating from his body, the passive aspect of his power that existed, whether he called upon it or otherwise, disrupted the force at the point of contact and redirected it. The ground behind Naruto exploded outward for 50 meters, dirt and stone and grass torn from the earth by the redirected blast. He stood in the center of the destruction without a single hair displaced. He looked at the Deva Path. "Pull," he said. He seized the gravitational force itself. His hand closed around empty air. But the air was full of the Rinnegan's technique, and Chaos Authority made the intangible tangible at his command. He gripped the repulsive energy and redirected it upward, aimed it at the sky above Amegakure, 100 miles away, through the atmosphere, with the pinpoint accuracy of someone who could see across dimensional boundaries. The clouds above Nagato's tower tore apart in a clean circle. For 1 second, the rain that was Amegakure's constant companion stopped falling. The eternal gray broke, and sunlight touched the tower where Pain sat for the first time in decades. Nagato felt it. Sitting in his chair, his real body connected to the paths through the chakra rods in his back. He felt the sun. He had not felt the sun since Yahiko's death. The message was clear. I know where you are. I can reach you from here. And I chose to show you light instead of ending this. The 6 paths attacked together. All 6 bodies moving in unison, the Asura path deploying mechanical armaments, the Preta path absorbing ambient energy, the animal path summoning giant beasts, the human path reaching for Naruto's soul, the Naraka path preparing restoration for the others, the Deva path charging a second almighty push. Naruto raised Excalibur. His eyes shifted, the rotating crosshair patterns blazing. Severing the concept, 6 seals. He moved, 6 cuts, each one aimed with the absolute accuracy of a sword that contained every legendary swordsman who had ever lived. Each cut found the chakra thread connecting a path to Nagato's control network and severed it, clean, final, without damaging the body itself. The 6 bodies collapsed, simultaneously, like puppets whose strings had been cut, because that was what they were, and that was what Naruto had done. The Rinnegan in their eyes went dark. They hit the ground as what they had always been beneath the power, corpses. Naruto stood in the silence. Excalibur hummed at his side. Nagato, he said. His voice aimed itself across the distance. He spoke to the man in the tower, and the chaos carried his words through the spaces between. Come yourself. The rain above Amegakure changed direction. It took 2 hours. Then the mechanical walker appeared at the edge of the field. A wheeled chair fitted with locomotion apparatus, carrying the atrophied body of the man who called himself Pain. His real form, thin, skeletal, the Rinnegan blazing in sunken eyes above cheekbones that had no flesh to pad them. Konan walked beside him. She had not left him alone. Naruto looked at the real man behind the god of pain. He saw what he had expected, a boy, grown old too fast, carrying the weight of a dead friend's face on a corpse and calling it justice. He spoke without pity and without judgment. You can still build something. He let the words land. Give me your Rinnegan. Come to Camelot. Help me finish the world you were reaching for with the wrong tools. Nagato searched him. The Rinnegan, the eyes that could see the flow of energy, the movement of souls, the fundamental structure of reality, turned their full analysis on the boy who stood before their wielder. They searched for the lie, the angle, the hidden cost, the manipulation that every other player in Nagato's life had always concealed beneath their generosity. They found warmth. That was all. Warmth, and the absolute certainty of someone who had already built the thing Nagato had been killing for. And if I refuse? Nagato asked. Testing. The last test. The final moment of a man deciding whether to trust something he had learned never to trust. Then I take the Rinnegan, Naruto said. I will be honest with you, Nagato. The offer is real. Choose. Nagato was silent. The rain fell on both of them. Konan stood at his side and said nothing, because this was his decision, and she had spent her life supporting his decisions, and she would support this one too, regardless of which way it fell. When people are hurt, they learn to hate, Naruto said. His voice came through the rain with the weight of something that had lived inside him for a very long time. Something he had been saving for the right moment, the right audience, the right ears. When people hurt others, they become hated. Knowing that pain is what allows a person to be kind. He breathed. I know that pain. I built something different from it. Nagato's hands, skeletal, barely functional, rose to his own face. They touched the skin below his eyes. They pressed against the Rinnegan, feeling the power that had sustained him and destroyed him in equal measure for decades. I devoted everything to a world that does not exist yet, Nagato said. His voice was ragged, thin, real. You are already building it. He reached up and removed his own eyes. It was a technique, a final application of the Rinnegan's power turned inward, extracting the dojutsu from their sockets with the same precision that had controlled 6 bodies across miles. The eyes came free. The Rinnegan pulsed in his palms, 2 violet orbs, swirling with the pattern that represented the cycle of all things. He held them out to Naruto. Build it right, he said. His voice was quiet enough that only Naruto and Konan could hear. Naruto took the eyes with both hands. He held them the way you hold something that carries the weight of a lifetime of decisions, all of them wrong, all of them human, all of them reaching towards something that this moment finally achieved. I will, Naruto said. I promise. Nagato died in Conan's arms 6 hours later. His body, already failing before the Renegade's removal, sustained only by the power that now rested elsewhere, simply stopped. The last breath was quiet. Conan held him and did the thing she had been preparing to do for years. She let him go. Naruto attended the ceremony Conan held at Camelot's eastern field. A small gathering. Naruto, Conan, and the two people she had asked to be present. Shikamaru, because he represented the pragmatic future, and Asuma, because he represented something grounded and adult, and his presence made rooms feel safe. Naruto stood through the entire ceremony. He did not speak until Conan finished her words, spoken in a language that belonged to a Megakura's oldest traditions, carried on paper butterflies that rose from her hands and disappeared into the sky like prayers made visible. When it ended, Naruto told her, "Your place at Camelot is here if you want it." She asked for a week. She returned in 3 days. She stayed. The paper artist took a seat at the round table. Her skills, infiltration, information gathering, the manipulation of paper into surveillance networks and communication channels that covered vast distances, integrated with Shikamaru's existing intelligence infrastructure and made it sing. The combination of Nara genius and Conan's operational experience created an information network that was, within 6 months, the most comprehensive in the elemental nations. Between the Akatsuki tide and the approaching war, between the violence and the next violence, Camelot breathed. This was the period where the story's heart lived. Hinata Hyuga left the Hyuga clan 6 months before this arc's central events. She packed her things, the personal items, the few possessions that belonged to her rather than the family, and told her father she had somewhere to be. Hiyashi looked at her with the expression of a man who had spent years failing to understand his eldest daughter and was now watching the consequences of that failure walk out his door. She walked out of the Hyuga compound at dawn without theater and without hesitation. She arrived at Camelot's gates on a morning when Naruto was on the wall watching sunrise. The crystal formations on the mountainside caught the dawn and turned it into something architectural. Beams of colored light threading between the peaks like a city made of morning. He heard the gate announcement. He came down. She stood at the gate in traveling clothes. Her hair was longer than the last time he had seen her, which had been years ago, in a classroom when they were children occupying the same space without yet knowing what they would become to each other. She carried a single bag. She stood with her weight centered and her spine straight, and her lavender eyes holding his blue ones, with the steadiness of someone who had crossed an uncrossable distance to arrive at exactly this spot. "I am Hinata," she said. "I would like to help build this kingdom." Naruto looked at her. He saw the distance she had traveled, and he was seeing all of it. Every mile between the Hyuga compound and this gate. Every decision that had accumulated to bring her here. He saw the strength it took to leave something that had been your entire world because you believed a different world existed somewhere else. "I know who you are," he said. "Come in." He stepped back from the gate. "We will find you somewhere to be useful." She entered the city. She walked through the streets with Naruto at her side, pointing out the districts and the features and the people. Real people living real lives in the thing he had built. She looked at it all with the Byakugan's passive awareness humming behind her eyes, seeing the structure, the flows of energy, the connections between buildings and people and purpose. She was useful immediately. The medical district needed someone with her precision of chakra control. The defensive network needed her Byakugan's sensory range. The training facilities needed instructors who could teach gentle fist variants to the growing security force. She filled every role offered to her with the quiet competence of someone who had spent her life being underestimated and had used that underestimation as fuel. Neji found her on the second day. He appeared at the medical building where she was familiarizing herself with the equipment and stood in the doorway with the particular stiffness that meant he was experiencing emotions he had no framework for processing. "You came," he said. She looked at him, her cousin, the boy she had grown up beside and apart from simultaneously, the caged bird seal creating a gulf between their lives that neither of them had chosen. He was different here, taller, his posture carrying something that had not been present in the Hyuga compound, ease. "I came," she said. He was delighted to have family back. He expressed this by telling her that her gentle fist form had improved since their last encounter. She told him he sounded like a field report. He told her she sounded like their father. They both laughed, the same laugh, the same timing, the Hyuga genetics expressing themselves in the one way that the clan's rigidity had never managed to suppress. And neither of them had expected to laugh, and both of them needed it. Naruto and Hinata's first real conversation happened on the wall at dusk. 3 weeks after her arrival, the sun was setting over the western mountains, and the crystal formations were performing their evening display, capturing the dying light and redistributing it across the city in warm amber waves that made everything look like it was already dreaming. She found him there. He was sitting on the rampart's edge with his legs over the side, watching the city below with the particular attention of a man who was counting his people and remembering their names. She sat beside him without asking permission because she had learned in 3 weeks that Naruto's spaces were always open. They talked about the city, about her work at the medical facility, about the patients she had treated that week. A carpenter who had cut his hand on a saw and apologized for bothering her with something so minor. A child who had twisted her ankle running and looked at Hinata with the absolute trust that children give to people who make pain stop. Then Naruto asked, "Tell me about your family." She told him the truth, all of it. The cage bird seal, the system that divided the Hyuga into main and branch, masters and servants, the same blood separated by a mark that could cause agony at any elder's whim. The expectations placed on the heir, the performance of strength that the main house required, while simultaneously withholding the resources and freedom that would have allowed real strength to grow. What it meant to grow up as the eldest daughter of a family that measured love and utility. Naruto listened, his full attention, his whole face turned toward her, his eyes holding hers, his body language communicating that everything she said was landing and being received and being held with care. He did not interrupt. He did not offer solutions. He listened until she finished. Then he said, "You left. That means you know yourself better than they ever did." She looked at him. The evening light was on his face, and it made the blue of his eyes luminous. "You say that like it was easy. I know it was the hardest thing you ever did," he said. "That is why it matters." Something moved between them. Something that had existed before this conversation, had existed since a girl in a classroom watched a boy with warmth in his eyes and decided that warmth was what the world was supposed to feel like, and was now being named, acknowledged. Given space to grow, the evening deepened. They stayed on the wall until the stars appeared above the crystal dome and the city below went gold with lamplight. They did not touch. They did not need to. The proximity was enough. The following weeks brought more moments. Small ones. Accumulated ones. Naruto appearing at the medical building at the end of Hinata's shift to walk her to the dining hall because the route passed through the craftsman's district and there was a glassblower there whose work Hinata had mentioned admiring. Him remembering. The remembering being the whole point. Hinata finding Naruto in the round table hall after a long strategy session with Shikamaru. Finding him alone, his shoulders carrying the particular weight of decisions that affected thousands. She sat across from him at the table and said nothing, and the silence between them was the kind that heals, rather than the kind that distances. The night before Konan's ceremony for Nagato, Hinata found Naruto on the wall and sat beside him. The sky was clear and the stars were sharper here than anywhere she had lived. The chaos energy in the atmosphere clearing the air of particulates in a way that made the cosmos visible down to clusters that most observers would need a telescope to find. They were silent for a long time. The kind of silence that two people achieve when they have spent enough time together that words become optional. He said, "I keep wondering if I said the right things." His voice was quieter than she had heard it. The king's voice set aside, the boy's voice remaining. The boy who had stood in front of a dying man and offered him everything and watched him choose to let go. She said, "You said the truest things. That is always enough." He looked at her. Something changed in his expression, the warmth expanding, opening, becoming something different from the warmth he offered everyone. This warmth was personal, specific, aimed. The version of generosity that belongs to a person who has spent years being strong for everyone else and is allowing, for one moment, to be understood instead of needed. She did not move away from that moment. She stayed in it. She let him see that she was staying. He took her hand, the first physical contact between them that belonged only to them. His palm was warm, warmer than a normal person's hand, because the chaos energy running through his body regulated his temperature at a level slightly above standard. Her hand fit in his the way the rest of them would fit together, with ease. The moment Naruto asked her to stay as the queen of this kingdom, as his person, as the other half of what he was building and what he intended to become, came 2 months later. He asked her on the wall, because the wall was their place. He asked her at dawn, because dawn was when he was most himself, before the responsibilities of the day began, before the reports arrived, before the world demanded the king. He asked her the way he did everything, directly, with his full face toward her, with warmth and absolute honesty and zero performance. "Failing does not give you a reason to stop," he said. "As long as you believe in what you are building, you build." He paused. "I am building a kingdom. I want to build it with you, beside you, as yours and mine together." She said yes before he finished the sentence. She said it with the certainty of someone who had been walking toward this answer for years and had arrived without doubt. The wedding happened in the Round Table Hall. All his knights, all the people of Camelot, the population now approaching 3,000, filling the hall to capacity and spilling into the courtyard where the ceremony was projected through crystal formations that carried sound and light. Allied representatives from Sand, Cloud, and Wave occupied the front rows. Gaara attended in person. He sat in the front row beside Tamari and Kankuro, wearing formal robes and looking bewildered by his own feelings. The warmth in his chest unfamiliar, the tears building behind his eyes unexplained, the desire to smile at something that was unrelated to combat completely novel. He smiled anyway. Tamari caught it and looked away because she was already crying, and if she saw Gaara smiling, she was going to lose what remained of her composure. Killer Bee wrapped the entire ceremony as a gift that was requested by absolutely no one. He stood at the side of the hall and freestyled for the full duration. His verses alternating between celebrations of love, assessments of Naruto's power level, and at least 3 extended metaphors comparing the king to a son. Juki contributed a bass line from within the seal that only other Jinchuriki could hear. It was beautiful in the way that only completely unexpected and unrequested things can be beautiful. Asuma was Naruto's best man. This was established by mutual unspoken understanding that had solidified over years of shared meals, shared battles, shared cigarettes on walls at sunset, and the particular bond between a teacher and a student who had outgrown the teacher's ability to teach anything except presence and grounding. Asuma wore a clean uniform for the first time in months. He did not smoke during the ceremony. This was his gift to the occasion. Conan made the ceremony flowers from paper, thousands of them, filling the hall from ceiling to floor, roses and lilies and species that did not exist in nature, each one folded with the precision of a master origamist and carrying a small infusion of chakra that made them glow with soft light. The effect was a hall transformed into a garden that existed between real and imaginary, fitting for the wedding of a chaos king. Shikamaru stood at the edge of the gathering with his arms crossed and his expression carrying the particular pride that he would deny if asked about it. He had been at Naruto's right hand since the beginning. He would be at Naruto's right hand until the end. This was a fact that did not require commentary. Naruto spoke his vows himself. He spoke them to Hinata, and the whole room heard them because his voice, even without the ancient tone, carried. I built this kingdom because I believed humanity deserved a world where no one has to be alone. I found that I had built it for 2, and the other half was already walking toward me. You are my queen. You will never stand alone. Hinata spoke with the steadiness of a woman who had crossed too much distance to shake now. Her voice was clear and full and reached every corner of the hall. I chose you before I knew you. Now I know you. I am still choosing. The hall erupted. The cheering lasted long enough that Asuma lost count of the seconds. Tenten threw a flower bouquet that she had wrapped around a kunai, force of habit, and Neji caught it by the handle without blinking. Shikamaru closed his eyes and allowed himself a full, unreserved smile that lasted 3 seconds. Gaara stood from his seat and joined the standing ovation because everyone else was doing it, and he was learning that doing what everyone else did in moments of collective joy was an experience he had been missing his entire life. The celebration lasted 3 days. Fire and food and music. Musicians from Wave and Sand and Cloud, and civilians who had brought their instruments when they left Konoha and finally had a reason to play. The sound of people who built something together, enjoying what they built, filled the city with a warmth that the crystal formations caught and amplified and redistributed in harmonics. Then the intelligence reports arrived. Shikamaru brought them to the round table on the morning of the 4th day. The first morning after the celebration, when the city was recovering, and the king was sitting at his table with his wife beside him and a cup of tea in his hand, and the expression of a man who had just experienced the happiest 3 days of his life. The scroll landed on the table. Shikamaru's expression told Naruto everything the contents would confirm. Obito Uchiha has been seen at Camelot's eastern border, Shikamaru said. Naruto set down his tea. Obito stood at the edge of Camelot Domain's active range. The orange spiral mask caught the morning light and threw it back in a distorted reflection. He stood alone. No white Zetsu army behind him. No Edo Tensei preparations visible. Just one man in a black cloak with red clouds, standing at the border of a kingdom with his hands at his sides. Naruto walked to meet him, alone. Excalibur remained sheathed. They stood 10 meters apart. The field between them was empty. The morning was quiet. Birdsong and wind and the sound of a city continuing its life behind the walls. Let us talk, Naruto Uzumaki, Obito said through the mask. His voice was filtered by the spiral, hollow, contained, the sound of a man who had been speaking through a mask for so long that the mask had become more real than the face beneath it. Before everything burns. Naruto looked at the mask. He looked through it with his chaos sight, seeing the man beneath, the chakra network beneath, the fundamental essence beneath. What he found was a boy who had chosen to die under a boulder at 13 and had spent every year since then refusing to finish dying. Obito, Naruto said. The mask went still. The single Sharingan visible through the right eye hole widened. You should not know that name. I know the weight of a person, Naruto said. His voice carried the warmth that had ended conflicts and started alliances and built everything standing behind him. Take off the mask. Obito was silent for 10 seconds. 10 seconds in which the single Sharingan processed and the Mangekyou activated and deactivated twice, a reflexive response to emotional disturbance. Then his hand rose. His fingers found the edge of the spiral. The mask came off. Beneath it, half a face. Scarred. The right side ruined by the boulder that had crushed him, rebuilt by Zetsu material and Madara's intervention. One eye, the Mangekyou Sharingan, spinning, and one empty socket. A face that had been handsome once, in a photograph, in a team picture with a silver-haired boy and a brown-haired girl, and a teacher who would become the 4th Hokage. Naruto looked at the face without looking at the monster. He saw the boy. The conversation that followed was the kind that determines whether wars happen or histories change. Obito argued. He argued with the passion of someone who had spent decades constructing a philosophy to justify the thing he wanted to do anyway. The infinite Tsukuyomi would end suffering by ending reality. Every human wrapped in an eternal dream, living the life they deserved, experiencing the love they had lost and the futures they had been denied. He showed Naruto. Through the Sharingan, through a genjutsu that was less illusion and more offering, he showed Naruto the dream. Naruto's dream. A family. Minato alive, Kushina alive, a childhood without the Nine-Tails burden, a life that the ceiling had never interrupted, a world where a boy was born into love rather than isolation. Naruto looked at it. He let himself see it fully, the warm house, the parents at the table, the version of himself that had never needed to become what he was because the world had been kind enough to never require it. He let it land. He let it matter. "It is beautiful," he said. His voice was softer than his combat voice. This was the voice of a man who had been offered something precious and was choosing to refuse it with full awareness of what he was refusing. "And it is a coffin." He looked at Obito with the directness that had always preceded his most important words. "The dream you are offering is a life lived instead of a life built. I am going to give humanity something better, a real world worth living in." Obito's Mangekyo spun. His expression, the half of it that could move, carried the conflicted energy of a man whose certainty was being eroded by something he had spent decades building walls against. Hope. "And if I refuse?" Obito asked. "Then I will stop it for you," Naruto said. The warmth in his voice did not decrease. The resolution beneath it did not waver. "And I will be sorry about it for the rest of my life. Become a king who makes the impossible possible," Naruto continued. "That is what I am offering you, a future where the impossible is the world itself. Real, awake, worthy of the people living in it." Obito's jaw worked. His hand, the one that had held the mask, tightened around the spiral of orange ceramic. Then he dropped it. The mask hit the ground and the sound it made was the sound of some ending, and then he attacked. Kamui activated. Obito's body phased, the right side of his form becoming intangible, slipping into the dimensional pocket that his Mangekyo created. He was there and absent simultaneously. A ghost made of presence without substance. His fist came through Naruto's midsection without resistance, passing through flesh and bone and chaos energy as though they were all equally theoretical. Excalibur swung. The blade passed through Obito's intangible form without connecting. The golden edge found empty space where solid matter should have been and continued its arc into nothing. Chaos absorption reached for him. The vortex opened at Naruto's palm and pulled, and Obito's dimensional shift rendered him immune to the pulling. Because you cannot absorb what does not exist in the same plane of reality. The Mangekyo flared. Obito's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "You cannot touch what refuses to be real." Naruto stopped swinging. He stood still. The field around him was scored with the marks of his attempts, golden traces in the air where Excalibur had passed through empty space. He looked at Obito, at the ghost, who was laughing now, laughing the laugh of someone who had found the one combat advantage that nothing could counter. Naruto raised one hand. "Chaos Authority." His voice dropped to the dual tone, his own warmth and beneath it, the ancient resonance, the voice that predated the nations, that predated everything except the universe itself. The voice of something that had been present when reality was written and therefore held the authority to revise it. He spoke one word: become real. Reality obeyed. Kamui failed. The dimensional pocket, the space between spaces that Obito's Mangekyo created and maintained and hid within, collapsed. The intangibility that was the foundation of Obito's entire combat philosophy ceased to function because the Chaos Authority had commanded it to stop, and reality was not in a position to refuse. Obito became solid, completely, irreversibly, absolutely physical, every atom of his body present in the same plane, in the same moment, with zero-dimensional refuge available. Naruto's fist connected with Obito's chest. The impact cracked the ground in a circle 50 meters wide. Obito flew backward, his body obeying physics in a way it had avoided for over a decade, and hit the earth at the edge of the crater with enough force to bury himself 3 feet in compacted soil. He was alive, intact, completely incapacitated. Naruto walked to him. He stood above the man who chose to be a ghost, the ghost who was now trapped in his own flesh. "Live," Naruto said. His voice returned to its single tone, warm, genuine, aimed at the boy beneath the scars. "Come back to something real. Camelot has room for people who chose wrongly and chose again." Obito looked at the sky. His Mangekyo was dark, spent, depleted, the technique that defined him severed at its root. He closed his eye. He made a sound that was the first step toward an answer, a sound between a laugh and something broken finding its new shape. Naruto held in Camelot's most secure ward, a comfortable room with crystal walls and a window facing east, because even prisoners deserve sunrise. Naruto visited him 3 times a week. The first visit, he brought food, real food from the bakery, Takeshi's bread that tasted like trust. The second visit, he brought a shogi board because Shikamaru had suggested it, and Shikamaru was correct about these things. Obito looked at the board and said nothing for a long time. Then he placed a piece. They played for an hour without speaking. Obito had not asked to leave. He had started asking questions instead. Questions about the city, about the people, about how the infrastructure worked, how the economy functioned, how 3,000 people lived together without the military scaffolding that every village in the elemental nations required to maintain order. Naruto answered every question. "I will never abandon my people," Naruto said during the fifth visit. "That includes you now." Obito moved a shogi piece. His hand trembled once and then steadied. He did not respond with words. But the next time Naruto visited, Obito had rearranged his room, moved the bed to face the window, placed the shogi board on the table beside it, left the door unlocked from the inside. Progress. Madara Uchiha rose 3 weeks after Obito's capture. The Edo Tensei activation was built into Madara's own death as a failsafe. A seal matrix triggered the moment his fail condition was met. The condition being Obito's capture or elimination. The seal activated in a graveyard in the Land of Lightning. The earth split. Coffin seals shattered upward, and the benchmark of power for a century stepped from the dust with the patience of something that had waited before and found the waiting worthwhile. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blazing, Rinnegan open in both eyes, implanted before his death, integrated into his modified physiology. Armor of a bygone era across his shoulders, his presence registering across the sensory networks of 3 nations simultaneously. Madara Uchiha looked at the world he had left behind and found it disappointingly intact. He did not need to announce himself. His chakra signature was announcement enough. Sensor-type shinobi across the continent felt it and reported it, and the reports all said the same thing. Something from the era of gods had returned. Naruto arrived before any other force mobilized. He stepped through a dimensional tier and emerged on the hilltop where Madara stood. A grassy ridge in the Land of Lightning's northern highlands, overlooking a valley that was about to become a battlefield. Madara looked at the boy. He saw a 16-year-old with blonde hair and blue eyes and an energy signature that his Rinnegan could not parse. Something beyond chakra, beyond natural energy, beyond anything in his century of accumulated knowledge. His expression carried the mild interest of someone encountering a new variable in a game he had already mastered. "I have heard of you," Madara said. His voice was deep, resonant, carrying the absolute confidence of someone who had been the strongest person alive for so long that the concept of challenge had become theoretical. "I have heard of you," Naruto replied. His voice carried the warmth it always carried, and beneath it the bedrock that had ended Sannin and deflected Rinnegan and broken gods. Madara activated the perfect Susanoo. It formed around him in layers, skeletal frame first, then muscle, then armor, then the full manifestation. A colossus of chakra towering above the highland, its armored form casting a shadow over the valley below. The sword of Totsuka materialized in its right hand, the spirit blade that sealed whatever it touched into an eternal genjutsu prison. The Yada mirror formed at its left, the shield that reflected all attacks, all elements, all forces. The perfect Susanoo raised the sword of Totsuka and brought it down toward Naruto with enough force to split the hilltop in half. Naruto raised Excalibur. Severing the concept, the golden blade cut. One upward arc, meeting the descending sword of Totsuka at its midpoint. The technique found the sealing property, the fundamental concept that gave Totsuka its power, the metaphysical mechanism by which it trapped souls, and removed it. The sealing nature was severed from the blade. The supernatural quality fell away. What remained was a construct of chakra shaped like a sword with nothing special about it. Ordinary construct. Ordinary construct met Excalibur's edge. Excalibur's edge was divine. The sword of Totsuka shattered. Its fragments dispersed into chakra particles that scattered across the highland in a rain of purple light. Madara's expression shifted. The mild interest became genuine recalibration, the first such adjustment by a man who had outclassed everything he had faced for a century. His Susanoo's primary weapon was gone. destroyed by a single swing from a boy who should, by every law of power and age and experience, be beneath his notice. Interesting, Madara said. He brought the Yata mirror forward, the shield that reflected everything, every element, every technique, every force brought against it turned back on its source. He held it between himself and Naruto and advanced the Suzuki, using the mirror as a battering ram aimed at the boy on the ridge. Naruto planted his feet. He gripped Excalibur with both hands. His eyes shifted, black sclera, white crosshairs, the ancient pattern rotating with accelerating speed. He swung into the Yata mirror. Excalibur's edge met the surface of the legendary shield. The shield tried to reflect, tried to take the force of the swing and return it, tried to do what it had always done. But the force meeting it was chaos, the primordial force that built the universe. The thing that existed before reflection was a concept. The Yata mirror could only reflect things that were younger than itself. Chaos was older than everything. The mirror cracked, a single fissure, running from edge to edge. Then the fissure multiplied. The shield that had never been breached broke into fragments that fell from the Suzuki's arm like autumn leaves. Madara stood inside his Suzuki, stripped of both legendary weapons, his expression carrying something that was approaching respect. He raised both hands. His Rinnegan blazed. Tengai Shinsei. 2 meteorites appeared in the upper atmosphere, massive, the size of mountain bases. They descended toward Naruto's position with the accelerating force of gravity amplified by the Rinnegan's attraction ability. Their entry into the lower atmosphere produced friction fire, both of them wreathed in flame, trailing smoke, blocking out the sky. Naruto looked up at them. Chaos absorption. He raised both palms toward the descending catastrophe. The vortexes opened, twin spirals of gold and black at each hand, and the meteorites met them. The stone, the fire, the kinetic force, the gravitational energy Madara's technique had invested in them, all of it streamed into the vortexes. 2 mountain-sized constructs of death absorbed in 3 seconds. The sky cleared. The shadows disappeared. Madara landed the Suzuki. He withdrew from it, standing on the scorched hilltop in his physical form, arms crossed, his long hair trailing in the wind generated by the meteorite's passage. He was running through his arsenal. 5 nature transformations, wood style, the Rinnegan's full suite of abilities, limbo clones that existed in invisible planes, the raw physical capability of a body enhanced by Hashirama cells. He deployed them all. Wood style, deep forest emergence, a continental scale technique that covered the highland in a forest of impossible growth, each tree the size of a tower, roots thicker than houses, the canopy blocking the sky and creating a terrain advantage that Madara had used to fight entire armies. Fire style, great fire annihilation, a wall of flame flowing between the trees, converting the wood into an inferno that reached temperatures sufficient to melt stone. Rinnegan limbo clones, 4 invisible copies of himself, existing in adjacent dimensional planes, attacking from angles that standard perception could not detect. Naruto moved through it. He moved through the forest, Excalibur cutting paths through the wood with every swing, golden trails marking his passage like a signature being written across the landscape. The fire reached him and he absorbed it without breaking stride. The limbo clones struck at him from invisible angles, and his chaos sight found them. Because chaos existed across all dimensions simultaneously, and things that hid between planes were still visible to a power that predated the concept of separation. He blocked the first limbo clone's strike with Excalibur's flat. He severed the second's connection to Madara's chakra with a targeted cut. The third and fourth he dismissed with pulses of chaos energy that pushed them back into their native planes and sealed the entry points behind them. Madara was running out of tools. The realization moved through his expression like wind across water. Visible, transient, and followed by something harder. Pride. The pride of a warrior who had spent a century with nothing to push against and was finally experiencing what it felt like to be outclassed. He came personally. Physical combat, the taijutsu of someone who had been trading blows with Hashirama Senju before any living person was born. His speed was extraordinary. His power was enormous. His fighting sense, the instinct built from thousands of lethal encounters, was sharper than any weapon. He landed hits. 2 of them. A kick to Naruto's ribs that the boy did not dodge because he wanted to test the force, and the force cracked 2 ribs before the chaos energy healed them in the same heartbeat. A palm strike to Naruto's shoulder that turned him 45 degrees before he redirected the momentum. Naruto bled from one of them. A thin line of red from the corner of his mouth, the rib crack having been deep enough to compress a lung for the fraction of a second before the healing caught it. He wiped the blood with the back of his hand. He looked at Madara with the appreciation of someone who had been waiting for something to make him bleed and was genuinely pleased to have found it. "You are worthy of what comes next," Naruto said. He released the full mantle. The armor blazed into existence. Golden metal, crystallized chaos energy, forming across his body in pieces that locked together with the precision of something designed by architects from a civilization that existed before time learned to count. Each piece carried engravings, histories, the stories of every king who had ever fought for their people, written in a script that predated language, the chest plate, the gauntlets, the greaves, the pauldrons, each one radiating with its own light. His eyes went fully gold, iris, sclera, everything, burning with the concentrated chaos of someone operating without ceiling for the first time since the story began. Excalibur blazed with an aura visible from 50 miles. A pillar of gold and black light erupting from the blade's edge, reaching into the sky, parting the clouds in a circle above the highland that was visible from 3 countries. Madara looked at him. The Rinnegan took in the full mantle and provided data that it could not categorize. Energy levels beyond its measurement capacity. Power density exceeding anything in its recorded history, including the Sage of 6 Paths himself. "What are you?" Madara breathed. Naruto rose. He lifted off the ground, the gravity around him inverting, the armor carrying him upward, and ascended above the perfect Suzunu's crown. Above the highest point of Madara's power. Above everything. Dance of the cruel sun, Camelot's judgment. The swing descended from above, vertical. A line of gold and black energy falling from the sky, through the Suzunu's crown, through its armored layers, through the chakra network that sustained it, through the structural principle that allowed Madara to maintain it. The technique cut through the Suzunu from top to base. Each layer dissolved along the line of the cut, the armor, the muscle, the skeleton, all of it coming apart in a cascade of dispersing chakra that rose from the destroyed construct like steam from a breaking wave. The cut did not stop at the Suzunu. It continued, through the ground, through the hill, through the concept of Madara's invincibility, the idea that he was unbeatable, the principle that had sustained his confidence for a century. That concept, severed, Madara stood in the remnants of his Suzunu. The armor was gone. The Rinnegan was dimming, the chakra required to sustain it failing without the support structure he had maintained. He was breathing hard. For the first time in his life. The first time his lungs had worked at their limit. The first time his body had been pushed to a boundary it could not exceed. He looked at Naruto, the golden-armored king descending from the sky with Excalibur blazing and power radiating from every surface of his form, the living definition of something that made strongest an insufficient word. "What are you?" Madara asked again. His voice was rough, awed despite himself. Naruto landed in front of him, 3 feet away, the full mantle's light illuminating both of them. "The king, and you are in my kingdom." He reached out, his armored hand pressed against Madara's chest, against the armor, against the flesh beneath it, against the heart beneath that. Mind purification. Chaos energy flowed through his palm into Madara's consciousness. Burning, but the burning was liberation. A century of justifications. The philosophy built on top of grief. The armor of ideology that Madara had constructed because beneath it he was a man who watched everyone he loved die and decided the world deserved the same treatment. The hatred, the resignation, the absolute conviction that peace was impossible, and therefore the dream was the only answer, burned away, layer by layer, 100 years of calcified pain dissolving under the touch of something that understood grief and chose building instead. Madara's knees hit the earth. He gripped the ground with both hands, fingers digging into dirt, his body trembling with the weight of a century of emotion finally being felt rather than intellectualized. His face contorted. Something moved through it that had never moved there before. Something raw and undefended and human, in a way that the legendary warrior had not allowed himself to be since the death of his brother. "Finish it," he said. His voice was steady despite the trembling. He was not asking for mercy. He was acknowledging a verdict. Naruto held the pause. One moment, looking at the man who had been the standard of power for a century and was now kneeling in the dirt with his illusions stripped and his pain visible. The pity was real. The respect was real. Then he raised Excalibur and honored the request. One clean strike. The golden edge moved through Madara's form and the Edo Tensei released. The resurrection seal burned from the ground beneath the body. The flesh returned to dust and the dust scattered in the wind, carried east toward the sunrise, toward wherever the dead go when they are finally permitted to rest. Naruto stood alone on the broken landscape. The full mantle faded piece by piece, each section of armor dissolving into golden particles that sank back into his skin. He was himself again. His clothes, his sword. A young man on a hill that used to be a battlefield. He looked at the sky. The clouds closed back over the moon. He took a breath. He went home. The news reached the elemental nations within hours. Sensor networks, intelligence operatives, witnesses in the land of lightning's northern settlements who had seen the pillar of golden light splitting the clouds and felt the ground shake beneath the combat's aftermath. Madara Uchiha, the ghost story, the legend, the man whose name made Kage-level shinobi reconsider their career choices, had been defeated, alone, by the King of Camelot, in under 2 hours. The allied shinobi forces had been forming. 5 great villages setting aside generational grievances, mobilizing for the war that Madara's return represented. When news reached the 5 Kage that the war was over before the first army deployed, the mobilization redirected. The fear redirected. The collective attention of the most powerful military organizations in the world pointed itself at a single city in a valley between nations and asked the question that had been building since a 10-year-old boy pulled a sword from the air. What do we do about this? The answer, as always, was fear. A joint declaration was issued, drafted by the Land of Earth's diplomatic corps, co-signed by 4 of the 5 great villages. The Land of Wind abstained. Gaara's alliance with Camelot made his signature impossible. The declaration's language was formal and its implications were clear. Camelot must submit to oversight from the great villages or be classified as a hostile state. Naruto received it by messenger hawk. He read it at the round table with Hinata at his left and Shikamaru at his right, and the morning light coming through the crystal dome in patterns that made the paper glow. He folded it. He turned to Shikamaru. Draft the response. Shikamaru read the declaration. He set it down with 2 fingers, the minimal contact required to handle something that offended his intelligence. His expression carried the particular flatness of a Nara genius encountering a strategy so straightforward it barely qualified as thought. The response being, invite all 5 Kage to Camelot, seat them at the round table, give them a demonstration. Shikamaru wrote for 11 minutes. The response that went back was 3 sentences, formally perfect, warm as an open door that held a very large room behind it. All 5 Kage arrived within the week. The Raikage A, massive, muscled, lightning fast, and possessing a voice that filled rooms the way his body filled doorways. The Tsuchikage, Onoki, ancient, levitating on a particle-style disc because his back refused to cooperate with gravity. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, carrying the elegant danger of someone whose casual conversation could melt steel. The Kazekage, Gaara present as ally rather than opponent, his sand moving in patterns around his feet that the other Kage tracked with professional wariness. And the Hokage, Tsunade, who had taken the hat after Hiruzen's retirement and wore it with the aggressive competence of someone who had been running from the role for decades and was now determined to justify having finally accepted it. Naruto greeted them at the gates alone. He bowed, genuinely, with the respect of a young king toward older leaders, regardless of whether they had earned that respect through action or merely through tenure. He walked them through the city. The scale of Camelot landed on every face differently. The Raikage's expression went from skeptical to grudging to something that might have been admiration if his pride allowed the word. The Tsuchikage's eyes narrowed with the particular focus of a man who had lived long enough to see empires rise and was currently watching another one happen faster than he was comfortable processing. The Mizukage touched one of the crystal formations lining the main road and felt the warmth of it. The chaos energy embedded in the structure producing a subtle heat that made the air comfortable regardless of season. The Raikage said what everyone was thinking. "What do you want?" They were standing in the central plaza. The round table hall rose behind Naruto. The lake reflected the crystal dome above them. The city moved around them, people going about their days, children running between the crystal formations, playing games that involved hiding behind the refracted light. "The same thing you want," Naruto said. His eyes were blue, warm, and level, meeting each Kage's gaze in sequence with the directness that had always preceded his most important declarations. A world where children are given a life before they are given a mission, where tailed beasts are partners instead of weapons, where the rain in the land of rain belongs to the people of rain, and the three other nations stop using it as a battlefield for their politics. He gestured toward the hall. "Come inside, sit at my table. Let me tell you how we build it." The meeting in the round table hall lasted one full day and night. 17 seats at the table. Naruto filled 5 of them with Kage and let the weight of the empty seats speak for themselves. The empty chairs represented the allies already present. Sand, cloud through bee, wave, the people who had already chosen. Naruto laid out his vision with Shikamaru providing logistical framework at his right and Neji providing security analysis from behind his chair. He showed them Camelot Wave's economic transformation, the trade numbers, the growth rates, the civilian satisfaction indices that Shikamaru had quantified because numbers were a language that Kage understood. He showed them the Sand Alliance's results: stability, reduced military expenditure, increased quality of life across Wind Country. He told them the tailed beasts would be freed. He stated it plainly, as information rather than proposal, as a thing that was going to happen regardless of what anyone in this room thought about it, delivered with enough respect that the recipients could save face while processing the implications. The Raikage started to stand. His hand went to the table's surface, his fingers clenched. Lightning flickered across his knuckles. Naruto looked at him. Steady, warm, absolutely without retreat. Killer Bee chose to remain as Juki's partner because Juki is his partner, freely and by mutual agreement. That is the standard. A tailed beast who chooses partnership remains. A tailed beast held against its will is freed. The choice belongs to the beast. The Raikage looked at the boy who had defeated Madara Uchiha alone. He looked at the table. He looked at his own hand, the clenched fist that was, he suddenly recognized, a gesture that belonged to a world he was being asked to leave behind. He sat back down. "Chaos is a force," Naruto said. His voice carried both tones now, his warmth and the ancient resonance filling the room, filling the ears of every person present, filling the space between intention and understanding. It becomes evil only when the one who holds it has evil in his heart. He looked at each Kage in turn. "My heart is full. There is room for everyone." The Tsuchikage argued for hours. He had arguments for every point. Historical precedents, economic projections, military balances that would shift if the beast weapons were removed from village arsenals. He argued with the persistence of a man who had survived 4 wars by knowing every angle. Naruto engaged every argument, with full respect, with better answers. With the patience of someone who had already seen this conversation through to its conclusion, and was being generous with the time it took to arrive. The old man finally said, "You argue like a man who has already won." Naruto said, "I have, but winning alone is empty. I want you with me." The Tsuchikage was silent for a long time. Then he laughed, the dry, cracked laugh of someone who had been outplayed so completely that the only response was appreciation. "You remind me of Hashirama," he said, "that same ridiculous certainty." "I will build an eternal kingdom where everyone can live happily," Naruto said. "That is a promise." The Camelot Accord was signed at dawn the next morning. All 5 Kage, including the Raikage, whose signature was the largest on the document, and whose handshake with Naruto afterward was firm enough to crush normal bone and gentle enough to acknowledge equal strength. The Accord established a framework for transitioning from village-state military hierarchies toward integrated governance, the freeing of imprisoned tailed beasts on a timeline that allowed villages to adjust their defense postures, economic integration between the nations, facilitated through Camelot's existing trade infrastructure, and the recognition of Camelot as a sovereign entity with the same standing as any of the 5 great villages, with the unstated acknowledgement that its standing was, in practice, significantly higher. Shikamaru had designed the framework over 3 years. He had refined it through hundreds of simulations, dozens of consultations with economic advisors from Wave and Sand, and the particular genius of a Nara mind that could see 30 moves ahead on a board with 1,000 pieces. It would take a decade to fully implement. It would work. Naruto brought Obito the summary of the Accord 3 days later. He sat in the familiar chair beside the shogi board and handed the scroll across the table. Obito read it. His single eye moved across the text. His expression, the half of his face that could express, went through stages. Surprise, processing, something that looked like the beginning of belief. "You actually did it," Obito said. "We started it." Naruto corrected. "The rest is the world's work." Obito set the scroll down. He looked at the shogi board, their ongoing game, mid-progression. Both sides developed into complex formations. He moved a piece. Then he said, "I want to help." Naruto looked at him. The boy who chose to be a ghost and was choosing to be a person. The Megakyo that had lost its dimension warping and retained only its sight. The scars that told the story of a lifetime spent in the wrong direction. "Then help," Naruto said. He unsealed the door. Obito walked out of the secure ward the next morning. He stood in the sunlight, real sunlight, unfiltered, the warmth of a morning in a city that was built by the person who had defeated him, and breathed. He joined the infrastructure team that afternoon. Shikamaru assigned him to the Eastern District's expansion project. Obito could still use wood style, a residual gift from Hashirama's cells, and the construction benefits were immediate. He worked beside civilians. He learned their names. He discovered that building things with his hands produced a satisfaction that fighting had never managed. "Become a king who makes the impossible possible," Naruto told him, standing at the construction site 3 weeks later, watching the former ghost lift a roof beam into place with a vine of wood that grew from his palm. Obito set the beam down. He looked at Naruto. His expression carried something fragile and new. "I am trying," he said. "That is enough." 2 years passed. The Camelot Accord's implementation proceeded. Slower in some nations, faster in others, but proceeding everywhere. The tailed beasts who chose freedom were released in sequence. The 2 tails finding a territory in the mountain ranges of the Land of Lightning. The 3 tails settling in the depths of a freshwater lake in the Land of Water. Each one choosing its own home in lands protected by the Accord's treaty network as sovereign territory. The beasts who chose partnership. Gyuki with Bei, Shukaku with Gaara, remained with their hosts willingly. Their relationships transformed from imprisonment to something resembling family. Camelot grew to 10,000 citizens, then 15, then 20. People from every nation, civilians, former shinobi, merchants, artists, scholars, refugees from border conflicts that the old system had never resolved. They came because the word spread and the word was true. There was a place where the value of a human life was measured in what it chose to build rather than what it could be forced to destroy. Naruto was 18 when the sky tore. Kaguya Otsutsuki manifested on a morning in late autumn. The progenitor of chakra, the entity that predated everything the Sage of Six Paths ever built, the being who had seeded this world with her god tree and spent eons waiting for her harvest to ripen, felt the concentrations of chaos energy rippling from Camelot across the continent. She followed them, the way a compass finds north, the way gravity finds mass. She did not require a moon ritual or a human vessel. The chaos was enough of a beacon. Its presence in the world, the growing, strengthening, spreading influence of a power that was older than her own, and therefore registering on frequencies that her ancient senses tracked automatically, drew her from the dimensional space where she had waited. She arrived above the land of fire. Her form bent reality around itself. She was only partially in physical space, the rest of her existing in dimensional strata that human perception could not access. Her chakra registered as weather, the atmospheric pressure dropping across 3 nations simultaneously, the temperature shifting, the sky developing a color that did not belong to any spectrum. She tore the sky as she descended. The rift above her spread outward in concentric rings, dimensional boundaries weakening, the membrane between physical space and the void beyond it growing thin. Below her, the land of fire cracked, the terrain distorted, trees bending toward her gravity, rivers flowing uphill, the land itself reacting to something that preceded its existence. Naruto felt it from Camelot. He was on the wall, always the same wall. And the feeling that reached him through the chaos was something he had never experienced. Recognition. Something old acknowledging something older. Kaguya's presence registering on his senses the way a frequency registers on a tuned instrument. He turned his head toward the west. His eyes shifted. The crosshair patterns appeared. Behind him, the crystal dome of the round table hall vibrated with a frequency that meant the chaos in the city's foundations was responding to what it felt approaching. "Hinata," he said. She was beside him. She had been beside him on the wall at dawn, as she was every morning. "It is time." She looked at him, her Byakugan activated, the veins at her temples rising, her lavender eyes sharpening, and she saw what he was seeing, the distortion to the west. The entity above the land of fire, the scale of what was coming. Her hand found his, squeezed once, released. The ghost of Hagoromo Otsutsuki appeared beside them, the sage of 6 paths, the legendary figure, the father of ninjutsu, the man who had divided the 10 tails into 9 pieces and distributed them across the world, materialized from the chakra substrate as a translucent form. Old, bearded, his Rinnegan eyes holding the weight of millennia. He had been watching from the story's beginning. Since the day a 10-year-old boy pulled Excalibur from the air and killed a chimera. Since the day the chaos energy first registered on the dimensional membrane that Hagoromo monitored from his position between life and death. He had watched without interfering. He had watched because interference was unnecessary, because the boy was sufficient. Now he spoke. "She will take it all back," Hagoromo said. His voice carried the centuries. "Every piece of chakra, every human being, she will fold the world into the God tree and begin again." Naruto looked at the sage. "Steady, unpanicking. Why are you telling me?" "Because you are the only thing I have seen that she cannot fold." Naruto nodded. Once. The acceptance of a statement he had already known, confirmed by a source that held authority, he summoned his knights. The word went out through the crystal communication network that Conan had integrated into Camelot's infrastructure. Within minutes, they gathered at the wall. Shikamaru arriving from the intelligence center, still holding a half-decoded transmission, his expression shifting from analytical to sharp as he processed the situation. Neji dropping from a rooftop where he had been running morning Byakugan drills, his landing silent and his posture immediate. Tenten sprinting from the armory with Samahata over one shoulder and 3 scrolls in her other hand. Zabuza and Haku in Camelot for the monthly council, emerging from the guest quarters with weapons drawn and faces set. Conan descended on paper wings from the communication tower. Her expression was composed and ready. He called Killer Bee from the east through the Alliance communication channel. He called Gara from the south through the sand transmission technique that Shikamaru had integrated into the network specifically for this purpose. They would arrive in time. Naruto looked at his knights, his people, his round table, the human proof of everything he built. Shikamaru, who had been at his right hand since a classroom. Neji, who had knelt freely and risen as an equal. Tenten, who had chosen the right team and never looked back. Zabuza and Haku, who had found purpose in protection. Conan, who had found hope in construction. Asuma, who was already lighting a cigarette and looking at the western sky with the resigned awareness that his hazard pay requests were about to become significantly more justified. He looked at them over his shoulder. "Stay behind me," he said. "Bear witness." He raised Excalibur. The tear opened. The blade sang, the golden edge catching the morning light and amplifying it into something that made every crystal formation in the city resonate in harmony. The full mantle blazed into existence. Golden armor forming piece by piece across his body with the precision of architecture assembling itself. the chest plate engraved with histories, the gauntlets inscribed with names of kings who fought for their people, the greaves carrying the weight of every stand ever taken against impossible odds. His eyes went fully gold. Iris, sclera, everything burning with concentrated chaos at maximum expression. Excalibur blazed with an aura visible from every nation simultaneously. The pillar of light erupted from the blade's edge and reached the sky, splitting the clouds above Camelot in a circle, punching through the atmosphere, visible from sand and cloud and mist and stone and everywhere between. A signal, a declaration, a king announcing that the final battle had begun. He looked up at the sky, at the tearing dimensional membrane, at the entity descending through it with the patience of something that had never been contradicted. Even chaos has its own order, Naruto said. Both tones now, his own and the ancient voice beneath it, vast enough to reach the sky, vast enough to reach across the dimensional membrane to the thing approaching. And I am that order. He launched upward, the golden armor carrying him through the atmosphere like a comet ascending. He met Kaguya at the boundary between the physical world and the void she was descending from. She was vast. The word is insufficient, but necessary. She was vast in the way that geological time is vast, something that existed on a scale that made individual comprehension strain and fail. Her form was partially physical, pale skin, white hair that stretched like rivers through the dimensional space around her, the Reincarnation blazing in her forehead as a third eye that saw across all reality simultaneously. Her lower body existed in dimensions that the physical world could not display. She was present and elsewhere at once. She looked at Naruto, the first human she had acknowledged since her sealing 1,000 years prior. The first thing that had made her look. Her voice came from everywhere, from the dimensional tears, from the void itself. A child of chaos, she said. The words carried the patient curiosity of something encountering a phenomenon for the first time in eons. In this world, fascinating. Naruto hovered before her at the dimensional boundary, the full mantle blazing, Excalibur pointing forward, his golden eyes meeting her three eyes with the directness that had opened every conversation of his life. Chaos is something older than what you brought here, he said. His voice carried across the void, both tones, resonating in frequencies that made the dimensional membrane vibrate. You seeded this world with your power. I was seeded with something older. He held the sword forward, the golden black aura intensified. I will build an eternal kingdom where everyone can live happily. Even you were part of that word once, before you became afraid of it. That is a promise. Kaguya's expression did not change. The patience remained. But something behind her eyes shifted, the Sharingan's rotation accelerating, processing, assessing the power signature facing her with an attention she had not given anything since the sage had sealed her. She raised her hand. A bone formed from her palm, white, sleek, tapering to a point, the all-killing ash bone, a projectile that dissolved whatever it touched at the cellular level. Absolute death in a sliver of calcium. She launched it. The bone crossed the distance between them in a fraction of a second. Naruto raised Excalibur, severing the concept, purification. The blade met the bone mid-flight. The golden edge found the killing property, the dissolution effect, the concept of cellular death that the bone carried, and removed it. The bone continued its trajectory, now stripped of its lethal nature, and passed over Naruto's shoulder as an inert piece of calcium that broke apart in his wake. Kaguya's hand moved again. A dozen bones formed. 24, 100, launched in a spread pattern that filled the dimensional space between them with white slivers of death approaching from every angle. Severing the concept, purification. Naruto swung Excalibur in a full rotation, 360 degrees, the blade's arc generating a sphere of golden black energy around his body that intercepted every bone simultaneously. Each one lost its killing property on contact with the sphere. Each one became inert. They bounced off his armor like rain off stone. Kaguya raised both hands. The expansive truth-seeking ball formed between her palms. A sphere of compressed reality containing all 5 chakra natures and natural energy in a configuration that returned anything it touched to primordial state. It was the technique that had been described as the beginning of a new world, because everything it consumed was reduced to the state of matter before the world's formation. She threw it. The sphere descended toward Naruto with the weight of a nascent reality. It warped everything in its proximity, light bending, space distorting, the dimensional fabric screaming at the pressure. Chaos absorption. Naruto raised both hands. The vortexes opened, massive this time, visible as twin spirals of gold and black that matched the approaching sphere in scale. The truth-seeking ball met the vortexes and met resistance for the first time in its existence. It pushed against the absorption. The absorption pushed back. For 2 seconds, the forces were matched, creation-level energy meeting creation-level appetite. Then the appetite won. The truth-seeking ball compressed inward. Its structure collapsed into the vortexes, the incomprehensible energy that it carried, all 5 natures, natural energy, the foundation of a new world, streamed into the chaos and was consumed. Converted. Added to the reservoir that Naruto carried, Kaguya's Rinne widened. The first genuine surprise in eons. She shifted dimensions. Her primary escape technique, the Amanamanaka that could transport everything within a radius to one of her personal dimensions. The landscape changed around them. The void became ice, an infinite plain of frozen terrain stretching in every direction, a dimension she had created and sealed and maintained as a battleground where her advantages were absolute. Naruto did not acknowledge the shift. He looked at the ice dimension, at the infinite plane, at the conditions designed to stack advantages for the entity who created them, and spoke. Chaos Authority. His voice carried the full weight of the command. Align. The dimensions aligned. Her personal space, the pocket reality she had created, folded back into the physical world. The ice dimension collapsed inward. The standard sky reappeared above them. The land of fire spread below. The dimensional shift was undone with a single word because the Chaos Authority commanded reality and reality obeyed. Kaguya attempted the shift again. A different dimension, one of lava, infinite molten stone. Align, Naruto repeated. The lava dimension folded. The real world returned. A third attempt, a fourth. Each one met the same response. Each one failed. The technique that had been Kaguya's ultimate tactical advantage, the ability to choose the battlefield, was rendered null by an authority that overrode her dimensional sovereignty. She was forced into the real world, into the open sky above the land of fire, into a fight she could not relocate. Her hair moved. The white rivers of it, each strand containing chakra, each one capable of acting as a weapon, extended toward Naruto in 1,000 tendrils that sought to bind, to drain, to consume. Her absorption technique, the ability to take chakra through physical contact, the tendrils reached for Naruto's soul. They touched his chaos. And for the first time in eons, Kaguya Suzuki was genuinely afraid. The chaos reached back, through the contact point, through the tendrils of hair that she had extended as a bridge between their energies. Something flowed from Naruto into Kaguya's awareness. Something that predated her. Something that predated her god tree, her world seeding, her species' conquest of planets. Something that had been present when the concept of planets was invented. She recoiled. The tendrils retracted. Her form, partially physical, partially dimensional, shrank backward by 100 meters in a single reflexive motion. The hair coiled defensively around her body. The Rinne was spinning at maximum rotation, and the data it was providing was, for the first time in Kaguya's immortal existence, making her feel small. Naruto advanced. He advanced through the sky with Excalibur forward and the full mantle blazing, and the absolute certainty of someone who had known that this moment would come and had built everything. The kingdom, the knights, the allies, the accord, all of it, so that when this moment arrived, the world would be strong enough to stand without him while he faced it. Kaguya gathered herself. She was ancient and vast and afraid, and she turned that fear into action the way ancient things always have, with overwhelming force. Every scrap of chakra that had existed in the world since her god tree planted it, the ambient energy distributed through the atmosphere, the natural energy in the living world, the residual chakra in every technique ever used. She called it, from every nation, from every human, from the beasts and the mountains and the rivers, all of it pulled toward a single point above the land of fire. The concentration was visible. a sphere forming above Kaguya that was blacker than absence and denser than anything that had existed since the world's formation. The chakra of an entire planet compressed into a single attack, a technique that could shatter the moon, that could crack a continent, that could end everything that existed below. Naruto felt every person in the elemental nations feel a pull, felt their chakra strain toward the sky, felt the moment of terror, the moment when 20 million people felt something fundamental being pulled from their bodies and had no context for what it meant. "I will never abandon my people," he said. He drove Excalibur into the convergence point, the exact center of the space between himself and the descending sphere. He planted the blade in the air itself, the chaos energy anchoring it to the dimensional fabric at a fixed point. He channeled the full mantle entirely into the blade. Every piece of the golden armor dissolving from his body, streaming into the sword's core. Every fragment of chaos in his body. Every soul memory of every swordsman who had ever lived inside Excalibur. Every ounce of everything he carried, the warmth, the power, the promise, the kingdom, the wife, the unborn child he had learned about 3 weeks ago, all of it poured into one swing. His body went bare. Normal clothes, blonde hair, blue eyes, briefly, just for the fraction of a second between the full mantle's dissolution and the technique's execution. He was just a boy, just a person, just someone who had been given too much power and had used all of it to build something worth protecting. Dance of the Cruel Sun, Divine Rita. The swing, the arc it created was visible from every nation simultaneously. Gold and black, the single most beautiful and absolute thing anyone in the elemental nations would ever see. A line of light crossing the sky from one horizon to the other, from the edge of wind country to the coast of water country, through every nation, through every sky, through every window, where every person was looking up and seeing something that they would describe to their children and their children's children as the day the sky was cut in half by a light that felt like being held. The line passed through Kaguya's attack. The concentrated chakra sphere, the weight of a planet's energy aimed as a weapon, split along the line. It did not explode. It dispersed, gently. The energy released back into the world in a warm wave that touched every person who felt it and harmed none. It returned to them, the stolen chakra flowing back into 20 million bodies with the comfort of something returned rather than something taken. The line continued through Kaguya herself. It found the structural principle allowing her to remain manifested in the physical world, the dimensional anchor that held her form in this reality, the mechanism by which an interdimensional being maintained presence in a world that was too small for her. The line severed it. Kaguya came apart, returned to formless chakra, her consciousness intact, her awareness present, but her physical form permanently cut from the world. She dissipated the way a sound dissipates when it moves beyond the range of hearing, present, existing, somewhere, but no longer here. The dimensional tears healed. The sky returned to its natural state. The atmospheric pressure normalized across 3 nations simultaneously. The temperature found its equilibrium. The world breathed. Naruto descended, without the full mantle, without the golden armor, without anything except Excalibur in his hand and the morning air against his face and the specific, total exhaustion of someone who had just channeled everything he possessed into one action and was now running on whatever remained. He landed in a field, green grass, morning dew, the smell of soil. He knelt, one knee in the wet earth, his hands on Excalibur's hilt, the blade pointed down, supporting his weight. He breathed. His lungs filled and emptied. His heart beat, strong, steady, the rhythm of something that was tired and alive and had won. Hinata arrived at a run. She had tracked him through the Byakugan from Camelot's wall. Her range extended to maximum, her eyes finding his chakra signature among the dissipating aftermath of the technique. And she had not waited for an invitation. She had run. From the wall, through the city, down the eastern road, into the field where the line of divine Rita was still visible in the sky. A fading after image of gold that would take hours to fully dissipate. She grabbed his arm. She pulled him up. She checked his face for injuries, her hands on his cheeks, her Byakugan scanning his internal systems, her expression carrying the particular intensity of a woman who had watched her husband fly into the sky to fight a goddess and was now confirming that he was still him. He turned and looked at her. He smiled. The exhaustion made it wider than usual, less composed, more honest, the smile of someone who had nothing left to hold in reserve. Shikamaru arrived behind her, running. Shikamaru Nara, running, which communicated the severity of the situation more than any intelligence report could have. He stopped at the field's edge, bent at the waist, catching his breath. He straightened. He looked at Naruto and Hinata. He did math. The particular math that a Nara genius does when processing information that he has been holding for 3 weeks and deciding that the current moment is correct for its deployment. She is pregnant, Shikamaru said. He said it with the flat accuracy of someone reporting the sunrise. 2 months. She has been waiting for the right moment to say it. Hinata stared at him, her hand still on Naruto's face. How? I noticed things, Shikamaru said. Naruto looked at Hinata. She looked at him. Her lavender eyes held the answer before he asked the question, and the answer was everything. I was going to tell you when the world was ending less, she said. The real laugh. Young and bright and full, the laugh that had always lived underneath everything he was, underneath the king and the power and the ancient weight. The laugh of an 18-year-old boy who had just learned he was going to be a father while standing in a field where a goddess had lost her hold on the world. He put his arms around her, in the middle of the field, with Shikamaru watching and the sky still faintly golden and the morning continuing its arrival as though the world had always been this peaceful and always would be. Neji arrived next, then Tenten, then Asuma, then Killer Bee and Gaara, who had been en route when the Divine Ritter line crossed the sky and had both felt it pass through their positions. Bee experiencing it as the most profound thing Yuki had ever felt, and expressing this in a verse that lasted 45 minutes, Gaara feeling the warmth of the dispersed chakra returning to his body and standing in silence on the sand dunes for a full minute before continuing his journey. They gathered in the field around Naruto and Hinata. His knights, his allies, his people. Tenten looked at the fading line in the sky. He did it again, she said. Neji said, he always does. Asuma was already reaching for a cigarette. He found the pack empty. He had been smoking through the entire crisis, one cigarette after another during the wait, the uncertainty, the watching. He held the empty pack and looked at it with the particular expression of a man who was going to have to address his nicotine dependence at some point, but was choosing to push that reckoning further down the road. That is my 100th hazard pay request, Asuma said. I am going to submit it in person this time. It will still be denied, Shikamaru informed him. I know, but the look on the administrator's face will be worth the trip. They walked home together, all of them, through the field, down the road, into the city that was waiting. The crystal dome catching the morning sun and redistributing it in warm patterns across the walls and streets and faces of people who had felt the world shake and had trusted that their king would make it stop shaking. He had. He always did. The child was born 6 months later, a girl, born in the Round Table Hall, because the medical wing was 30 seconds away, and Naruto refused to have his daughter enter the world anywhere other than the heart of what he had built. The birth happened in the early morning, dawn light coming through the crystal dome, the city waking up around the hall, the sound of Camelot continuing its life while its next generation arrived. Hinata's strength through the delivery was the strength that had always defined her, the strength that walked out of a clan, that crossed a country, that chose a king and stood beside him through everything that followed. She was fierce and present, and she held Naruto's hand with a grip that reminded him that human strength took forms that chaos could never replicate. The girl emerged with a cry that filled the Round Table Hall. She had her mother's lavender Byakugan eyes and her father's golden hair. She was small and warm and alive, and the sound of her voice made the crystal formations in the hall sing in harmony with frequencies that had never been produced before. All his knights were present. Zabuza was looking at the far wall. His hand was over his mouth. Kubakira Bocho was leaned against the wall behind him, and his other hand was gripping the handle of the massive blade because he needed something solid to hold on to, and his weapon was the most solid thing he knew. Haku was watching him, watching the former demon of the mist press his hand against his face and trying to contain whatever was happening behind it. With the expression of someone who was absolutely going to let him have this moment in peace, Shikamaru stood at the edge of the room. His arms were crossed, and his expression was carrying the particular look that meant he was processing multiple emotional inputs simultaneously and finding all of them troublesome and none of them unwelcome. He looked at the baby. He said, "This is the most troublesome thing you have ever produced." Naruto, holding his daughter, his face carrying an expression that nobody in the room had ever seen before, because it was new, because it was a father's face, and he had never been a father until this moment, said, "You will manage." Shikamaru said, "I always do." He uncrossed his arms. He crossed them again. Troublesome. Tenten held the baby second. She cradled the girl with the same care she gave her most valuable weapons, which was the highest compliment available in Tenten's emotional vocabulary. She looked into the lavender eyes and said, very seriously, "I will teach you everything I know about weapons." Hinata from the bed said, "Give me 10 years. "Obviously," Tenten said. "Obviously 10 years. I was going to say 10 years. She looked at the baby again. "Maybe 8. Neji held her last. He accepted the child from Tenten's arms with the absolute care of a man who treated every important thing with formal precision. He held her against his chest, his arms creating a structure around her that was both protective and gentle. He looked at the lavender eyes, Hyuga eyes, his eyes. The eyes of a bloodline that had been divided into masters and servants for 1,000 years. The eyes that had been caged. He said, "You will be free." He said it like a law, like a promise written into the foundation of the world, like the first freely chosen words spoken in his family's history. His voice was steady. His hands were steady. Everything about Neji Hyuga in that moment was the steadiest thing in the room, and the weight of what he said carried the full distance from the cage bird seal on his forehead to the free child in his arms. She was named Arthur Pendragon. Ariel, meaning Lion of the Eternal Throne, a name from a language older than the elemental nations by 1,000 years. Naruto chose it. Hinata approved it. The name was announced to the city, and the city celebrated for 3 days because at this point, extended celebrations were becoming a Camelot tradition, and the people had decided they were enthusiastic about traditions that involve feasting and joy. Killer Bee composed a song for the naming ceremony. It lasted an hour. Gaara sent a gift, a small sculpture of sand contained in crystal, shaped like the kanji for love, that he wore on his own forehead. When Naruto received it, he placed it in Ariel's room above her bed, and it caught the morning light every day and scattered it in patterns that made the baby reach toward the ceiling. The final scene, Naruto on the wall of Camelot at dawn. The city spread below him. Real. Alive. 20,000 people moving through their morning routines. Former shinobi training in the northern grounds. Training because they chose to, because skill was worthy of maintenance. Because excellence was its own reward rather than a weapon pointed at someone else's homeland. Former civilians running businesses, growing food, teaching children, building houses, making bread, playing music, arguing about market prices, falling in love, growing old, living. The crystal dome of the round table hall caught the sunrise and distributed it across the city in warm gold. The lake reflected the sky. The mountain range to the west held the morning mist in its valleys. The eastern road, the same road he had walked 5 years ago with 312 people behind him, carried merchants and travelers and people coming home. He breathed it in. The air of his kingdom, the air of something permanent. Hinata came behind him with Ariel. The baby was awake, 6 months old, her lavender eyes wide and tracking the light, her golden hair catching the dawn and turning luminous. She made a sound, the small, curious sound of someone experiencing the world for the first time and finding it worth investigating. Naruto held his arms out. Hinata placed the child in them. His hands, the hands that had held Excalibur, that had broken tailed beasts, that had erased Sannin and Akatsuki and ancient goddesses, cradled his daughter with the absolute gentleness that was always his first instinct. The power had always been secondary to the warmth. The warmth was what built this. Everything else was how. He held Ariel up, facing the city, facing the dawn, facing everything he had built and everyone it was built for. "Welcome to Camelot," he said. His voice was warm and soft and entirely his own, single-toned, carrying only the sound of a father speaking to his daughter above the city they would inherit. The ancient voice was resting. It did not need to be present for this. Ariel looked at the sky. She saw colors that her Byakugan interpreted as energy, and her 6-month-old brain interpreted as wonder. She reached one small hand toward the light. He held her there, on the wall, in the dawn, with the kingdom below and the sky above and the morning arriving the way mornings always arrive in places where people have decided to be alive together. "Become a king who makes the impossible possible," he told her. The same words he had spoken to Gaara, to Obito, to everyone he had ever believed in. Now spoken to the person he believed in most, the small, golden-haired, lavender-eyed proof that the kingdom was real and the promise was kept. She looked at him, the way babies look at parents, with the total attention that has no name yet, the focus that precedes understanding, the trust that exists before trust needs a reason. He looked at her face. The chimera was a history book entry. The round table had 17 seats and every one of them was filled. The Pendragon Bridge connected an island that was dying to a continent learning to breathe. Akatsuki was gone. Every member resolved, every threat answered. The organization's ideology dismantled by the existence of something that made its nihilism irrelevant. The 5 great villages were rebuilding towards something that required a treaty rather than a war to prove its worth. The tailed beasts who chose freedom roamed lands protected by the Camelot Accords network as sovereign territory. Vast, beautiful, their own. Obito worked in the Eastern District's expansion project. He had started smiling at coworkers 3 months ago. The smiles were still awkward. They were getting better. Sasuke Uchiha had returned to Camelot 6 months prior. He brought Itachi with him. Itachi alive, the disease healed by Camelot's medical infrastructure. The brothers standing at the city gates together in the morning light with an understanding between them that was years of pain resolved into proximity and peace. Sasuke asked for a place. Naruto gave him one. The Uchiha brothers took chairs at the round table, bringing its count to the full 17 that the table had always intended. Asuma's 100th hazard pay rejection letter was framed in gold and hung in the hallway outside Naruto's office. It had become a landmark. New citizens asked about it on tours. Shikamaru was designing the next phase of the Accords implementation, the 10-year plan entering its 3rd year, running ahead of schedule, because that was what happened when a Nara genius had unlimited resources and a king's backing. He still watched clouds in his off hours. He still said troublesome. He still noticed everything. And on a wall at dawn, a king held his daughter. He was still the boy who pulled a sword from a tear in the air and wondered if it was okay to use it. He decided it was. He was right.
And that's how a king moves. No begging, no compromising, just results. If you rode with this story, hit subscribe because we're just getting started and it only gets more insane from here. See you in the next one.